will make amends here. Where they bring death, we must remain. Relive the pain and turn it on them. 'Cause we must live up to our name. Strike once, we can't let go. Strike twice, reap in this war.
left for us. My people look on and say, don't fear what you don't know, 'cause we're far from certain fate. And we'll make our final stand. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day, 'cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands. you, will you follow me tonight to break their spine and reclaim what once was mine? Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Oh, 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace, restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end, there's way more to avenge. Oh, 15 million souls living in this realm without much hope. Not too long ago, this kingdom was a golden state of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace, restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. Call down the reckoning, bring back hope and peace, restore our gloria to live forever. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace, restore our gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. will crumble under all of my force will fall. Let's make them crawl. And when we finally meet the king, there will be no ghost for him. We shall end it all.
has begun, and metal shall prevail. For we know what they have done. 5 legends of our realm who sought to follow the path of their dark musings. But they did not know what they had summoned. Pentakill. To these creatures, there is but one thing left to do. Heavy metal.
My king, how was I supposed to know? Everyone will falter when you die. And as we speak, the army of our enemy is approaching our gates. We can
变化永远指引着两条路，向后一步是固步自封，泯然众人；向前一步是君子豹变，奇闻未也。战场与对手在变，登峰与涅槃成为了悬于所有队伍头顶的利剑。迈向登峰，鏖战远远没有结束，跌入涅槃，更要经受锤炼之苦。即使是晨光熹微，也要踏上自己坚信的骑士之路。命运与心境在变，有人改换门屏，为的是在既定的轨道里改写故事；有人破釜沉舟，求的是在别人的剧本里成为变量；有人一路坦途，天赋异禀，惊艳世人，要的是境随心转，不变应万变。起点与终点在变，拼命追赶奔赴的远方，可能是猎场；整装待发的起点，可能是别人的梦想。季后赛只是新的起跑线，发令枪响，尘埃未定，莫问归途。
Welcome back, one and all, to LPL Summer Playoffs 2024. The upper bracket finals have been donned, and we now have a battle of the best in BLG versus Top Esports. I couldn't be more excited. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Jamada, and my goodness, we get to book our first Worlds ticket today and our first would-be finalist.
Yeah, what an absolutely banger of a matchup that we have coming up for you guys today. I am super excited. It's going to be going down in Suzhou. BLG versus Top Esports, man. Top Esports have been the stronger team, the strongest team so far throughout summer, and BLG have got a little bit of ground to cover.
We're going to take a look at a little bit of that ground that we have covered, at least through these playoffs. It is backbreaking, the amount of effort needed to make the run here. And Top Esports, they're making a hell of one, as they have gone back-to-back. Again, we highlighted the 8-win streak coming into this one so often in their last series at the end of it. But now, aiming all of that ire straight towards BLG and straight towards a matchup they know oh so well. And again, we'll see who books their ticket into that finals and to Worlds.
Exactly. And, you know, you still got that Guardian Angel, right? You lose here, you're still going to go down to the lower bracket. So, again, like you mentioned, though, it's all about making it to finals and getting that Worlds entrance in as a lock-in.
It's going to be something to think about as well, and a little bit of momentum maybe going both ways. In some regard, let's go ahead and take a look at this BLG roster that we have first and foremost, because they maybe are the cream of the crop. They're looking to establish a new dynasty and a new era in the LPL. And this team, since Wei has come on board, has seen a lot more cohesion, a lot more direction in their gameplay, and it has been lethal, Jamada.
Yeah, big upswing in performance. Not just on an individual level, but on a team level. And that's really what you need, especially when you sub in someone like a jungler. That cohesion is super important. We were really anticipating that Shun, especially in a meta where carries were starting to come in. AP carries, yes, but carries nonetheless, fully within Shun's wheelhouse historically. Would have probably suited a system for BLG, but it weren't really working. They've subbed out Shun, Wei's come in, and everything just kind of seems to work a lot better for them at the moment, and it's what's led them to being here right now in the form that they're in.
Well, let's talk about what's worked a lot better for another team, Top Esports. They have been on a tear, and my goodness, this team coming off an MVP regular season for Tien have been just dominating. They fight you at every corner. They want to take any fights they can, take those early advantages, and they will wrestle control of the map from you. And looking at recency, 369 was the defining factor in their last series, and now you have to account for that on top of everything else that's been going right for this team.
Just such a scary team, right? You know, the veterancy of just about everyone on this roster, and then also the new young blood through the mid lane in Cream, who will always be willing to push the boundaries of what he feels like he can get away with inside these mid lane matchups, in the 1v1s, inside lanes. So I feel like this Top Esports lineup is undeniably, in my opinion, actually scarier than the one that we had last year, right? With Rookie and Wayward, etc. So for BLG, they've got, again, you know, a lot to play with themselves, but they've got, you know, a lot of focus points to actually try and pin down whether or not they want to, you know, kind of play away or deny certain members of this top esports lineup.
And we have to look at the track record. You have to look back at spring. We are seeing this matchup again. It's deja vu. Last time around, this upper bracket final went all the way to 5, and it was a banger. But then we saw the rematch in finals, and BLG still had Top Esports' number. And now we're seeing, does the culmination of all this splits work? This huge Omega run that Top Esports is on, is it going to be enough?
That's the question we'll have answered today. Stats leaning a lot more towards the side of BLG. Few even ones, of course, but more or less BLG just kind of operating as the mostly stronger team. The only real standout stat that we've got here at the moment for Top Esports is their overall efficiency at closing out games.
Yeah, it's actually
96%.
insane.
I'll round it up. Now 96% win rate with a lead at 15. That is absurd. That lends out to what? 1 in 20 games is what they'll lose a game with a lead in, more or less. Incredible stat line to have if you're a team, and of course key players. Bin 369. I think you could really key play just about any matchup here today. Just being very honest with you, but I think 369 and Bin, it makes a lot of sense, right? Bin has been on a absolute tear so far this year, and 369 was the guy last year during the JDG BLG rivalry that really made Bin evolve as a player. So this is kind of going to be one of those, I feel like, not emotional matchups for Bin, but one where it's definitely going to test his character. 369 is still very much doing a very similar role to last year on JDG, right? And I anticipate, you know, your prep into BLG is going to be something of pretty much identical measure. Keep Bin in his pen, make sure he's not going too crazy.
Yeah, it's gonna be really intense. As well as it's one of those things where it can be very, very impactful, and we saw just the limit of how impactful it can be the last time around with 369. Literally the Mordekaisers, but then the Poppy to finish it off. Like, that is impressive in its own right, and Bin's gonna have to find a way to overcome that. But when you look elsewhere, I mean, the engine of these teams and the engine of this series is gonna be around jungle, because Wei has played a very reactive style. He's played a very facilitative style. We've seen TN do that. But when you play that style against him, he will take advantage of it.
Yeah, and that's kind of the scary thing.
I like the freeze frame.
The freeze frame is so good.
Honestly, can we just keep that up there? I
you know what?
like
Yeah.
His
Can
smile
we go
is infectious.
back? But yeah, though, you're definitely right. I think that Wei, overall, the fact that, you know, he's lent a little bit more into that reactive style, I do wonder how much freedom that's going to actually, you know, allow TN, especially in these early stages, to have impact on his lanes. Whether or not TN, even today, comes in with a slightly different style. You never know what the prep's going to be when you end up in these, you know, higher end matchups. Sometimes you really want to catch a team off a kill, right? And, well, actually try to tilt them. So, again, very curious about what the prep will be, but you are 100% right. This jungle matchup is going to be one of the keystones, as jungle matchups tend to be. But when you've got Tien in this form and Wei, who's really swapped up how BLG are playing as a whole, again, the focus has to also be there too.
Yeah, I'm also curious which version of Top Esports we get, because in some ways against the LNG team, it felt like for a couple of those games of the series, they were just kind of waiting around, seeing if LNG could actually pull something off there, and then waiting to pounce with their strategy. Some games going that badly because of their own choices, but in all actuality, it's are we going to see this kind of wait and prey on your opponent style from Top Esports, or more of what we've seen all split in their very proactive, go to every objective, fight to every bit of the map?
Yeah, I think if you're Top Esports this game, like you said, there were a couple of unforced errors, shall we say, on their part. But I think into BLG, you can't really afford them the space either. So I would like to see a much more proactive version of this Top Esports here today, because again, I feel like giving BLG the kind of freedom, especially if you've got an Elkanon who are really trying to play on tempo, right? On last year and throughout a lot of this year, yes, it was with Shun, but you give him the freedom, he's going to start roaming, he's going to start getting active towards the mid lane, and, you know, you're going to activate Knight then off the back of that. So again, I think Top Esports need to be the first to the punch a lot of this series, or try to be. Or again, I think allowing as much freedom to a team like BLG is kind of asking for a hard series.
Yeah, and I love that you foreshadow a little bit to that bot lane, because I think that's what I'm most excited about personally, because not only is this 2v2 a curious one on the skill level of things, see which one's going to come out on top, but the story behind it is so potent, right? It's literally a battle of the ages. It's the new age best bot lane from BLG and Elk and Odd, Rising Stars. They've become like the face of BLG, it feels like, in a lot of ways, versus literally the old guard. Literally two legends who are in the middle of their renaissance. And it's been one of the best splits for both Jackie Love and Mako, I feel like, of their careers. So it's going to be intense. It's going to be a lot of fun. And I'm very curious how many resources we get down that way to unlock these supports to get out on the map.
Yep. Jungle support. When both the junglers are in such strong form, but then also you have such creative supports. Maybe it's just a race to the bot lane this series. Who knows? There's Top Esports starting to take the stage.
Obviously in the arena in Suzhou, very happy to have LNG's assistance and being able to have such a wonderful arena for these playoffs so far. But you know, they have themselves on the back ropes. See if they can kind of pull it out. But here we are, see exactly how BLG can handle Top Esports. It's funny to talk about it like that, but I do feel like that's the idea coming into this series, because BLG, obviously they're the first seed, they should be stronger on paper, but this Top Esports team has just had some magic, no, mojo, if you will, and I really expect them to be the ones asking a lot of the questions towards Billy.
Yep, absolutely. I think, again, from the side of Top Esports, I beg your pardon, from the side of Top Esports, you have so many players who are used to, you know, kind of, I don't want to say sitting on their hands, but nullifying their opponents, right? 369, Mako's a historical Enchanter player. What do Enchanters do? Nullify playmakers. And then, of course, Tien, such a versatile player that he is. It's kind of obvious the kind of story you can paint with that kind of lineup and how they have, you know, even been playing throughout a lot of this split. It then makes you beg the question whether or not we see that swap up and that change of proactivity to ensure that BLG are kind of suffocated out in the early game, or through draft as well, which we haven't really touched on so far, as of course we definitely will. As I like these pink jerseys from BLG. Don't think I've seen them too.
I have one of them. They're so cute. I like them.
And all of a sudden I'm jealous.
Yeah, indeed jealous. No, it is a situation where there is also an elephant in the room in the fact that it's Knight versus Kareem, the mid lane, that maybe has the undercurrent of this entire series, because Kareem and Knight have both used a lot of that prio that we've seen so rampant across League of Legends now to enable their junglers in a lot of cases, or enable those moves around the map. But it really has been a story of Kareem leveling up by leaps and bounds. I mean, a ton of the international audience that knows Kareem are going to look down on him for a lot of those maybe lackluster international performances. But you look at what he's been able to accomplish here domestically and now on Top Esports this year, and especially here in summer. It's been awesome to watch, but Knight is always that golden left hand waiting to sock you right in the mouth.
Exactly. And yeah, I mean, sure, definitely a bit of an underperformance to what Kareem was probably looking for at the internationals, but still such a young player, and like you said, the bounce back throughout this split has been absolutely impeccable. And no better place than against one of the most veteran and most storied mid laners here in Knight.
He's won so many championships,
stamp your name in the story.
Who's gonna stop this man? He could go to any team and just get them championships. I don't know what to do.
Always a problem. Always
Is
a
it?
problem.
I think it's maybe a boon for Knight in that regard. But now let's go ahead and focus in on the exact setups for both teams that we want to see. There was a ton of jungle focus in the last series for both these teams, but mostly for Top Esports. And I want to see if the likes of the Maokais are going to be heavy prevalence, what the mid lane prio is going to look like as well. Both these guys really loving the Corki. But seeing what kind of adaptations we get, especially since we have moved to that 14-15, and see the continuation of that meta evolve.
Yeah, I think the Corki, but also the Ezreal down in the bottom lane, as well as just the general kind of leaning into some of the more utility-based picks from both of these AD carries, right? Things like the Senna being a little bit unique to top esports. So yeah, I am really looking forward to what exact meta kind of develops throughout this series and what these two teams are willing to pull out. And whether it's going to kind of be a one-stop shop kind of deal of, hey, we've prepped this for this series and this series alone. We're going to just kind of see how it goes, pull it out game one, hopefully. I think that's always the best time to do it, game one. Give yourself some leeway. Hey, if it doesn't work, you've still got 2 more lives, right? But yeah, again, the Ezreal, all of those utility picks in the bottom lane in general, is that kind of going to be the leaning? And then the big kind of difference and discussion point to me would probably be the top lane, right? I think 369 again, all of these nullifying picks, the Mordekaisers obviously come out a lot of times. The Cassante is something that Bin has prioritized a lot less than 369 has throughout a lot of this split. Bin more on the kind of side laning, looking for impact in the team fights with a good flank angle kind of top laners, right? Your Kennons, your Renekton's, your Nars. That's really where Bin has been at. So I wonder if that's going to change up, or whether or not that same priority is going to remain the same.
You know what's really good in that? Mordekaiser. Let's see. Maybe they ban it away. Just take that option out of the table. But here we are in the upper finals for LPL Summer 2024. It's going to be a lot of fun. Top Esports are already on the blue side for game number 1. Starting off strong, I feel like, with the Kennen ban and the Ziggs and the Lucian ban. BLG on the red side, they're going to ban the Ivern, which has been something Tien's been floating towards as well. The Rumble and the Lilia.
Corki or Ezreal, top esports have to make their mind up. Or the Zyra, they're just going to let them both go. Okay, very interesting on the part of top esports. And BLG, of course, their Renekton also additionally up. So all of these jungle options available. And so is the Ashe. Oh my goodness, it's a bit of a loaded draft. I wonder where everything's going to end up landing, because now if BLG want to, they've got options for 369 to counter out their Renekton. They can go towards the Cassante if they so choose. They can go towards other nullifying picks. Corki still up, and of course the Ezreal, the 2 main ones. Other nullifying picks, like Senna as well. If Jackie Love wants to lean on that again. Misfortune as a strong lane bully.
Okay.
Into Ashe as well. Does make a lot of sense. So they don't want to yield too much down there in the bottom side, 80 to 80.
Yeah, I think maybe Leona rises in priority here for top esports to some extent to deny maybe some of that stop at the bullet time. But I'm also looking for a lot of follow through, a lot of wombo combo setup for top esports.
Yeah, as am I. I mean, I do wonder what BLG's priority is going to be on this 3 here. Will it just be support into 2 bans? Do they feel like Way's champion pool can't really be pinched too much? I feel like that's probably the better of the 2 poisons to pick here. I feel like Knight's going to have more than enough champions to deal with a Corki pick. But I'm not sure what BLG are going to prio more one over the other.
Okay.
It will be that rel in the end. So happy to, you know, deal with the 2 support, the 2 jungle bans rather, and now they get 2 support bans of their own. And I anticipate, like you said, one will be Leona, and then it seems like the first will at the very least be Poppy.
Maybe the Leona still is prio, but we'll see the exact setup. Because the Rel on the other side, maybe thought BLG would go for that one. But it is the full support focus. And also towards 369, a little bit of respect from BLG. The Poppy band away, as well as the Alistar. And we're looking at the bot lane focus right now for top esports in the second ban phase, as it is the Zeri already going away. It might have been towards that mid lane. And now also trying to set up what they want to go for in whittling down this mid lane matchup.
Yeah, is it going to be... Is there any other AD characters? Smolder.
Yep,
Okay.
there you go. It's the insurance policy.
Just that one last insurance policy. So, I mean, I guess for Knight, you could go as deep down as something like a Jace if you wanted to, even into this kind of version of Corki. If you're digging for AD mids, I don't think it'll be too horrible into what he sees right now. But yeah, options are really his. Oh, Diana.
Okay,
Does that mean Yasuo is my question. I think the last time, off the top of my head, that they did do this Diana, it was actually with the Corki. I don't think it was with a Yasuo at all. So It's not like they necessarily lean or rely on that combo, but if you're looking for AD mids and you have Diana jungle, it's obviously the first one that comes to mind. And the Hover's there.
Yeah.
The Wind brothers.
We'll
Both
see.
work very well.
All
That's the
right.
Yasuo.
So, hey, they play the card out early. Game number 1. Why not set the tempo for the series itself? We get the Yasuo Diana for Wei and Knight. We did get the Leona and the Cassante for Mako and 369 respectively on the other side.
Yep, nullifying pick in the top side for 369. And non-committal engage through Solar Flare. Top side. Top Esports' draft really well rounded out right now. They've got good front line, they've got good front to back, good strong team fighting ultimates, and good ways to disengage some of the full-blown shotgun comp that BLG are running right now. And yeah, it's gonna be a lot about man-marking this Diana, making sure Diana's not getting these massive moonfalls off, and of course setting up Knight for the last breath with the Yasuo combo. So it's really gonna be a big game of cat and mouse, especially in this early game, to ensure that we're not seeing these massive Diana ults. And then it's all about the side lane pressure. Beyond that, what Bin is going to be able to achieve on the Renekton and how he's going to be able to find his way in. And then, of course, those Ashe arrows once they come online at that level 6, particularly.
It's so funny going into game 1 that we have a little bit of a different approach from both these teams. BLG going to be the ones with all eyes on them, the go forward buttons, everything they can ask for if they get those early advantages, just to snowball into Top Esports. But Top Esports, they've gone with something of a peel composition, something where they can follow through with a little bit of damage if you overextend and take advantage of BLG. We saw them do that against LNG. We'll see if it works here against BLG, a different opponent, somebody who has had their number in the past. You look back to spring and those 2 best of 5s, they hurt for Top Esports, and we're getting into game 1 of our upper bracket finals. It's going to be a lot of fun, and we got our world's ticket on the line. It's Top Esports versus BLG. that was way too close. I love everybody's hiding their face because it was terrifying. No, all actuality, getting away from the cameras. Love to hear some of the Chios coming out early, but no early shenanigans afoot just yet. Some vision clearing though from BLG.
Yeah, BLG is trying to find any information they can. And they got 1 ward off on the blue, and it's answered by Jackie Love. So blue buff's warded, Mazel.
Ooh, Forest Strike
Here on
Corki?
those. Oh, I mean, into a melee matchup, especially like Yasuo. Yasuo is going to be dashing in and out so frequently. Just farm the gold. Farm the little bit of trade damage as well. All makes sense. BLG, though, going for a late invade. And I mean, Ashe does make a lot of sense. Very hard to get away from if the autos start coming down. And this is very interesting, because Wei's going to start these Raptors. Tien's on the Wolves, but it looks like Tien's going to be pathing up, given where his plants are and where he's walking right now. So, no real
That's a hell of a
guarantee.
read. I mean,
Yeah, there's no real guarantee here, Mazel, that Top Esports actually know that that invade has happened. I didn't see any pings.
Oh. A little
Oh,
bit of flash movement there from Jackie Love. Going to get a nice trade after the level 1 entrance by On, as he does get sub 200 health there. That's a really, really nice move from Top Esports, just to make sure they can get a little bit of advantage in bot lane.
yep, very, very nice. And now it's Jackie Love without flash and only cleanse. Mako is posturing very aggressively. They're going to hit level 2 first.
There's the crash down to try to get away. On does buffer it very nicely. Elk steps up to do a little bit of damage back to Jackie Love there. We are getting a wraparound. Wei started on bot side. He's got the gank. Mako stepped up maybe a little bit too far. This could just go first blood. He's going to go through. He has the reset there as he can't get the damage follow through from Elkin on. BLG's first attempts go a little bit wide. Tien is bolting down this way to try to save this or maybe turn it around.
Tried to, but I mean, damage is kind of already done. Maybe with a good placed combo.
They get the flash. Elka's in trouble. The roots are coming down, but they have turned on to Jackie Love. He has no exit. First blood goes over to Wei. He might get traded back right down. Tien goes for the flash into the bush, gets 1 back, but now it's a 2-for-1 in favor of BLG. Elk is getting out with a flash, does get the burn on it, but he's not going down just yet. Tien, he might just die on. BLG are taking advantage, but no, the plants, they make the difference, and we're evened up here 2-2, 3 minutes in.
All right, big crazy skirmish in the bottom side, 2 for 2. And the kill credits both go to Tien on the Top Esports side, but one goes to Elk and one goes to Wei. Tien really needed that for his jungle matchup 1-1, by the way. Only has 1 quadrant of jungle. And of course, his bot side's gone. See if he can recover some of the XP, but the gold at the very least made up. As we'll continue to track how those kills actually impact this bottom side 2v2. I'd say overall, it's probably alright, I think, for BLG, because they're going to look to continue to smash this bottom side of ganks. And of course, Jackie Love's still flashless for a good couple of minutes, but supports both going on to ADs. Wei able to actually get in on top of Jackie Love, though, and that's the difference between the two junglers in this exchange. Wei goes down, Elk tries his luck, flashes away, but a plant,
Ooh.
I wanted to say, actually,
the
did
flash
pick him up
out.
on the end. Yeah, did in the end. It's just on, biting off a little bit more than he could chew off. Thought he had the damage, did not, and the plants finish him off as well.
Yeah. We got the flash out of Ben in that picture-in-picture in the top lane matchup. Might end up revisiting that one as Tien had gone up that way. We do have our first dragon spawning on the side. Wei is going to take another rotation of Tien's jungle down here, and that is brutal. He is choking out a Zyra, which I don't feel like we've seen at all here recently.
No, it feels like Zyras often just go relatively unpunished in the early game, right? You don't get to catch her on camps because the camps are already gone. So this is a real nice boon of XP. Second rotation Raptors, second rotation Krugs in particular. Ding him over to level 5 almost. No, in fact it will. And he's going to be very, very comfy. Could even look for a dive with no summoner spells, but from full HP, I think it's a bit audacious. We'll just step away.
Will be on vision as he leaves, so Tien will get the unfortunate info that he does not have a bot lane to return down to, as Dragon will be started up by BLG to take advantage of this early pacing. And this is really nice to see from BLG, because it was Top Esports we were going to be asking all the questions to. Where do you want to put the pressure? How do you want to push BLG? But it's BLG that are striking first here.
Absolutely, they are striking first. Tien was going to go for the cross map there, at least get the chickens. Steps over a ward, decides against theirs on.
Oh, he sees the angle for the double. It's going to go on to Jackie Love, though. Elk needs to be a little careful because the CC chain's coming right back for him. Clean's going to be burned there. Meanwhile, we had another gank towards topside. Tien has found the angle a bit. Remember, he doesn't have his flash. He does still have Dominus, but still just using his slice and dice to get out under turret.
Yeah, 369 there was just 1 minion short of level 6. I wonder how the gank would have looked with all out available, but Wei's now here.
TP
Has
is
mid lane
available for
prio,
Ben.
doesn't have top side prio.
Yeah, he's going to have to clear that wave and try to get over here. This is going to be a big moment to take a little bit of early tempo back for Top Esports, as they will just move over, use some of that prio to take this objective and do the counter to the dragon on the other side that BLG had taken earlier.
Yep, not bad. 3 Krugs, 3 grubs.
The purple version.
The purple version of the rocks in the bottom side. But yeah, that will be traded out 1-1, like you mentioned. For BLG, though, you have to remember, a lot of early proactivity, which is good on their part. It's only now that Wei hits level 6. This is actually where you would normally expect the kind of composition that BLG are running to look for this proactivity, or this level of proactivity. As Tien seems like he's just helping Cream shove out, get a free reset. So now is the time really where you'll expect to see Wei really hover around this mid lane, really try and punish Cream, or for Knight to start hovering around him as here you go, trades begin.
I will say, congratulations to Tien. He has had his first chicken nuggets of this game. He finally got his Raptors. Enchanted Cruzeiro used, and as soon as Jackie Love gets both the summoner spells, they are gone again, but they might turn it into something here. On's going low, On's going down, and Mako's burn from his Ignite takes him. Now Cream gonna find the damage onto Wei. He did use the Lunar Rock Moonfall combo. There you go. Last breath from BLG. The combos might not be enough. He does get the one back, but it is still heavily trading in favor of Top Esports, as now they are surrounding. You can't dash through the roots, Knight. And the big Zenith Blade will secure Tien the kill. Top Esports have now turned everything around.
Yeah, despite the overall farm discrepancy that Tien finds himself in, he's been the beneficiary of a lot of these kills. 3-0-1 rather. And even though the initial combat, I mean, it felt kind of telegraphed as Wei was walking away. He was angling it on the retreat. Gets the flash ult. It looks really, really pretty. But unfortunately, already lost a lot of HP from having to dash through as he does.
Cream
Like
does
this,
a lot of damage.
Yeah, he does this early on. Combo's good though. You can see how much upfront burst damage is available between Knight and between Wei. But then unfortunately, like you mentioned, Knight tries to dash through, maybe dodging out on those routes, gets clipped by them anyway. And that Zenith Blade from Mako just assures that he gets himself that assist credit, and Tien gets another kill.
And Wei's just got to be sitting there like, I did everything in the early game. The man still got his item before me. And now the entry is completed for Tien. While we look at Mako making a move on top side, Bin had no idea. He had no vision. Mako doesn't have his Solar Flare and will miss the Zenith Blade. They do not have an angle, but they're going to keep pushing up this top side. They've already brought Jackie Love up here.
Yeah, want the plates, want the swap out. Got 3 grubs, don't forget. So, Tao will melt. Not quite as fast as 6, but enough so that it will actually just about be the difference in themselves getting a plate. Bin just looking to clear the wave now. Knows he can in relative safety. Does just that. BLG starting to rotate up now, so Top Esports might want to take a bit of a chill pill.
All right. BLG look like they want to go for it. Tien has a massive level advantage here over On. He's just going to take it. Wei is looking for the angle, and Jackie Love does use the Lunar Rush with the Moonfall combo, and there you go. Wei is able to take down Jackie Love. Jackie Love did get one back, though. Now Tien going to get flashed on by Bin. Knight is around the corner, going to dash through as well. Going to try to find it, but Bin is under turret, taking him down. Gets the shutdown over from Tien, but then gets locked out under turret, and Mako cleans him up.
Hey, I think Bin will be happy with that. It's 500 gold. 200 gold shutdown was available on Tien. Take that 1 for 1 any day of the week. As 369 now has a little bit of free time down here. There is no one to cover this from the side of BLG. Everyone is committed to the top side. There's no teleport from Bin, so that's going to be, I'd imagine, 3 whole plates.
That's
and
huge.
A lot of waves missed on that bottom side from Top Esports,
Jackie
or from
Love.
BLG.
Oh, Jackie Love. Oh, you're in so much trouble, my friend. You had no idea. Everything used onto him. He's so CC'd, and he cannot strut his stuff as On will claim the kill. And here our supports are reigning supreme.
Hey, man, look. On worked really hard for that flank, right? He needed that to feed
I need to
the
catch up
family
with
back
Mako.
home.
Come on. Like, I'm trying to represent this 2v2 right now. You're making me look like a fool.
Yeah, I mean, hey, actually, speaking of catching up with Mako, he isn't level 6 right now as these grubs are spawning up, but I wonder how strong a contest will actually be. The answer seems to be kind of half-hearted, but they are here in the
Very
area.
half-hearted. As now we'll see. On the Ezra. Oh, actually, let's just go for the Moonfall. Okay, why not go for the fight? As they already take down Tien, he didn't have a chance to use anything. He didn't even have Stranglethorn back up. Bullet Time going to separate the fight a little bit here, and Top Esports trying to take advantage of it. As they move over onto On, he will mount up, but gets shot in the back by a rocket. It will be 4 grubs secured by Top Esports, so they will get the Might spawn as well.
Yeah, wait. I don't think he had Smite for the second grub. So, Top Esports did sneak away 1 in that exchange. Despite that, though, I'd say for Top Esports, or rather for BLG, they're okay with that exchange. And you're just going to continue to see them force these plays, Mazel, right? Whenever Wei has ultimate, they're going to try and make sure Knight's in the area. And they're going to continue to try and use this combination to find as many members as possible. On to then pile in during that CC, right? To get the additional layer of lockdown. And that should be the relative bread and butter of how a lot of these team fights go for BLG. I do wonder how they're going to start to utilize Elk with these arrows, though. Whether or not they're going to try and look for more of these picks in isolation.
I absolutely think so. I think once they start combining together, it's going to be really hard to get away from those combos. But Top Esports have drafted tools for that, right? They have the Stranglethorn, they have some peel back tools. And if you're going all in, you're all in one spot. They have the bullet time to try to layer it on top. So Knight's wind walls are going to be so crucial in these fights. And it's these little things that are going to make the difference in a lot of these. And exactly what we would expect for 2 of our top teams going toe-to-toe here. But there isn't going to be any big fight over any objective here, as the second dragon did get secured by BLG here recently. There is the Rift Herald and about a minute on the other side. But Top Esports, they're the ones trying to clear out some of the vision on the spot side of the map.
Yeah, exactly. And I've spoken a lot about how BLG's composition is going to work, and I think it's just easier to talk about because, of course, of the level of proactivity that you would anticipate to come out from a comp like this. I think for Top Esports, there's not really much to talk about. It's realistically, as we've kind of spoken about time and time again, for this team, that reactive style of play. to potentially come out. And it's really kind of just like, you know, you're an athlete, you're playing football, let's say, first one that comes to mind, and you're just doing defensive drills over and over again at the training ground. That is going to be a lot of this game, just seeing how you can actually break apart these combos from BLG, deny them from even happening in the first place.
And there will be a point where that switch turns on. Maybe not on the other side for BLG, because as soon as Mako feels like the team is strong enough to follow through on a big engage, he's going to be looking for those very aggressive solar flares. We'll see when that timing comes up, but right now the timing is all about the Rift Herald that Top Esports are already moving to.
Yeah, Herald's up, Top Esports here. Knight does have teleport. BLG are seconds to the play. If they really want to force a play, Knight will pop his TP, and they'll look for a combo. But they do know that he's probably down there by himself, given lane assignments. And they could just take the tower trade now. Be happy with it. I don't think 369 had teleport. No, he doesn't. So it'll be a tower trade for Herald. And that's more or less kind of an even trade when you think about it, because the Herald normally will net you one tower in the extended. Knight even going to have so much free time. Nope. If he wanted to. After the fact, he can get those crazy.
7 plates to 0 in favor of top.
Yeah. A lot of the focus.
Hey, but they get first
from
turret, you know?
Yeah, they get first turret. So, you know, swings and roundabouts, and BLG's focus overall was a lot more about, you know, finding actual skirmishes. And it did mean that their lane assignments sometimes kind of left to the wayside, right? Waves had to be left unattended, and Top Esports are happy to lap that up. Especially that bot play where 369 got like 3 plates. Whilst the second set of grubs, I want to say it was up, so to be expected.
Now, Jamada. It has crossed 15 minutes. Top Esports, they were down by 400 gold. It's measly. It's nothing, right? It's nothing. But you look at that win percentage. They didn't have a lead. It's not that 96% that we're looking at right now. Just little things, you know, little things.
Yeah. You know, I had this
Result-based analysis, man.
Look, I actually, so it's funny because I had this exact discussion with Munch.
The other M.
With Munch last week, the other M. Because Top Esports had like a really nominal goal, you know, as a, kind of smart here from BLG, that they let the tower drop because they know no one's there to collect the local gold. As a Jackie Love will have to lose cleanse.
He's got some dueling power there.
Yeah.
Not too bad early on the Blade of the Rune King spike. See if they actually want to go back on it. You want to continue your story?
Yeah. We decided to stick to it, right? As Knight. Oh, great wind wall. Knight doesn't want us to continue to the statistics talk.
I love the dueling fates of Mako versus On, just roaming around the map, so close to each other, but knowing to be enemies. But yet so close in the same goals. Trying to find influence on the map here as Top Esports collapse. So are BLG with a response. The turret's going to fall. Mako goes for the engage. Last breath not going through just yet. Stranglethorn going to be used. There you go. They're trying to get TES. He's going down, though. It's already, though, Top Esports getting the damage back on a BLG. Wade goes back in. Elk is around the corner. He goes flash for it. He's on Cream. He's trying to get the damage down, but Cream does so much. He's finally going to fall, and here comes 369. He just rolled those dice, and they just came up all 9s, baby. A double kill for Top Esports top laner.
A 4 for 2 in the exchange for Top Esports. They get the tower as well. It's what they were aiming for. And BLG just a little bit too slow to the punch, and Mako can't be stopped in diving Knight initially. Really, really good play for Top Esports all in all. They get multiple kills onto core carry members. Let's take a look back at this replay, and Mako, the Zenith Blade is still buffed through. Look at this from Wade though. Very patient, waiting for the CC on top of Knight to come through before he pulls off that ultimate. Does enable them to pick up this 1-kill trade, but even then, it's just so lopsided in terms of how much AoE damage came out from TN and from Cream that it's just wholly Top Esports favored. Elk's flash forward was a little bit audacious to say the least, and once 369's there, it just seals the deal.
And I said it from draft of BLG, this composition, they have all those go buttons, but they very much want to be in an advantageous position. They are not anymore. They are down. I mean, you have 2 items on Cream. You have a dragon fight coming up that you're trying to force here, but Top Esports are swarming you.
It's a fight on 2 fronts as well. Away and Knight together, though. They have their ultimates up. Keep your eyes on Wade, no flash.
All right, let's see if Tien can muster up the MVP performances. Enchanted Crystalero goes in. It's smote away by Wei, as now he goes in for the moonfall. Bullet time over top, though. It's going to take down Knight. And now Top Esports have a front to fight on, and they only lose Mako for it. They get a triple kill for Cream. And guess who's stepping up when he's needed most? Against that golden left hand, against the legacy that BLG has. It's the newbie on the block in the mid lane.
Legacies, Kings, what are those again? Cream very happily stomping his authority in this game, in this team fight, in this matchup. And Top Esports, this is a very slippery slope for BLG. If you have a comp like this, you start losing fights, it usually just gets worse and worse. Top Esports taking full reins in this game. One tower in the mid lane, another tower likely to fall down here. This is the tier 2 on the side lane, don't mind. You, of course, so extra gold as on. Shouldn't be there, buddy. Drops, gives Tien another kill.
Little cry puppy. But the thing is, BLG have played their hand. Top Esports is literally sitting there at the table watching them play and knowing exactly what they need to go for, and they just take advantage of it.
Yep, and unfortunately, it looked like Knight was rooted by Zyra, and then not only was he rooted, so he can't ultimate, he then gets all in to a bullet time. He quite literally could not play that team fight, as the rest of Esports kind of just kill what's in front of them. There's not much to break down in that team fight, all in all. As the gold lead has ballooned to a very comfortable 4,500 for Top Esports, as, well, Bin presses
Bin was a little scared, you know.
Yeah.
Getting the jitters out. Making sure he's okay. 369 won't find the stop on tonight, but this is a BLG that's reeling a little bit. They've gotten 3 dragons in a row. They have that going for them, and that is huge. It is a Cloud Soul, so maybe not the biggest boon, but it is something to play through. But we've seen them try to pull their combo off, and it hasn't worked a couple times now. How do they find that to actually get the kills?
I mean, I think the problem is, Mazel, is that this is a try and try again composition, right? Like, there is only one mode to this comp. It can't play kite, it can't really go backwards, and the problem also lies in the fact that Top Esports' draft doesn't really need to commit bodies into plays, right? You know, there's a lot of range there, and I think that, again, just spells another issue for BLG that results in the answer if they just have to keep on going forward.
Elk playing bravely in front of 369. They're on, might have got out there. He's in a little bit of trouble. Let's have pressure from way on the other side to stop Top Esports from moving in. You have to start thinking now. I mean, you're still a little bit off 2 items for some of the members of BLG. I feel like 3 items is really where you have a little bit more say in some of these fights in the individual level. But you're going to be reaching those break points a little bit quicker for Top Esports.
Yeah, a lot quicker. But it is good that you bring it up, because across the board, despite the gold difference, at this moment in time, once Wei actually picks up that Zhonya's, which he does right now, IM completions 1-to-1. It's not looking too bad, you know. In all of the roles where it matters, basically not support, so don't look at On's items. They're all even for the time being. So the time is not completely finished yet for BLG. Again, it's actually about Wei finding, you know, key members in his ultimate. The 3 squishies, right? Tien, Cream, and Jackie Love. That's the priority. And if they can find that, and Knight can get a good last breath, and then On is close enough to follow up, things could look good for them.
Yeah, I just feel like if you know that Tien has his Zanya's up, there's no way you can take him down. He will just absolutely melt you. So now you're limited to a couple less targets here and trying to find exactly the connection you can. And Elk is going to be a big part of that. The Enchanted Crystaleros are super important here. The BLG, you begin to see a little bit of pressure on the map now that they have Dragon coming up in about a minute. TES are just full on forcing vision around this side of the map.
Yeah, as they should be. They don't want this soul to go over to BLG. Again, not the most powerful, but you don't want to give those stats over. I think an Elder Dragon this early on, like, you know, sub 30 minutes into a game would really make a game like this volatile if Top Esports can't close out as well. So denial is very, very crucial.
You can tell
BLG can't gain any ground.
They're just looking for something. They're looking for like the merest of oversteps here to try to capitalize on. They haven't been able to find it just yet, and that's how their composition functions.
Look at this positioning from Top Esports though, right? It's almost like a football formation. They've got all the carries spread out far enough away from each other that more often than not, they shouldn't all get caught by a Dynacom, and then the frontliners just buying space for them to actually pick up the wave.
Bin has a flank. He is spotted, though.
Yep.
We'll go back and tussle for mid lane prio, because why not? 369 is going to be charging up the Q3 here. Oh no, the BLG, you have to go. You have to do something. Top esports. They get the big last breath, but it's on top of the Stranglethorn. And Wei, he's going into the backline, but he's going down, and they haven't found a single return kill yet. Top esports, they have trounced BLG at every step of the game, and it's off the back of Cream's wonderful performance on this Corki. 7-2-7. The team has formed, and they have just struck the first blow on a BLG.
Could very well see game end here. It's only 2 members up and 15 seconds or more for everyone else on BLG.
Try to get the turrets. They get one last engage here. They want kills, though. They want blood. They smell it, though. Elk able to fight a little bit back. The turret's starting to get back at Top Esports. They go for the kill on instead of ending the game, but they have done the damage. The tale has been told, and now TP on the back.
TP.
A desperation moment for BLG as Knight has no setup, nobody there to help him. Although he has the enchanted crystal arrow from Elk, he gets the unstoppable move of 369, and he's out of there.
Yeah, really unfortunate. Cream's death just elongates this game a moment longer, and it's actually, don't forget, the dragon wasn't picked up, right? Top Esports were very committed to that end, so Cloud Soul, whilst we're in this replay, will be picked up. I look at this again, though, because Zenith Blade connects onto On, big rocket as well, and then the bullet time. I mean, Elk can't play the game, and Wei, it's just a little late, you know, like by a fraction of a second, mind you, but he walks forward, rocket belts, he just doesn't feel like he's actually got the angle. When he does, I don't think it would have made the difference here in this specific instance, so far behind now, but it just feels like salt in the wound. As 4 go down for none. And BLG, as we come out this replay, they do have salt. Like we said, Baron is still up, and there is still room for error on the side of Top Esports, though for the last 10 minutes or so, it feels like there's been very little.
Yeah, it feels like they can do no wrong, but we know they can. We've seen it in their track record, even though it's been mostly dominant. Something I found really interesting coming into this one is that BLG had 6 of their 8 series go to 3 games in the Ascend group. Meanwhile, Top Esports had 6 of their 8 go to 2 zeros in their Ascend group. So a little bit different in the track record for both these two teams. But a little bit of early domination maybe leaning towards the way of Top Esports here, as we have seen in this monumentous run they've had. 8 series wins in a row try to wrestle off against BLG.
Long streak there. Top Esports looking to set the record straight.
Oh, BLG, I think you might have overextended here a little bit. He's going to try to chase him down. Luckily, Elk can kite his way away. Here comes the re-engage, though. Maybe coveted from On. Not going to pull the trigger on that one as Top Esports move right back. The Baron is up, and BLG, they don't really want to let this go. This might just be the nail in the coffin.
If Knight was there, man, that was the fattest tech slash forward. As yeah, like you say, that TP ward is there. I don't know if it's really going to be pulled. As, actually, there is no TPs from BLG, so doesn't matter for the time being. As long as Top Esports don't get complacent and don't eat a really big wombo combo, which they've been able to do a very good job of denying all throughout this game. This Baron should be an easy takedown, but they've been very hesitant and apprehensive. That's going to end now, and they are starting this up. But again, they're just very patient, Mazel. They don't want to give BLG the opportunity.
Bin's got a flank over here, but Han's already going to die all out, coming through from 369. Look at the wombo. There's the last breath combo to TM, and he went golden. That's exactly what we talked about. He could just sit there, and all BLG can do is watch as their health bars burn. Top Esports have already eliminated 3 out of the 5 members of BLG, and now they push for the base.
Yep, should be game number 1 going over to Top Esports. It's been a very, very dominant game, Mazel. BLG came out with something a bit spicy, but they're looking to end here.
See, it happens once again, but there's a super minion this time around. Bin does get the kill back at least, though, with the help of Elk, but it's on to the Nexus. Jackie Love, he wants to put the hurt on Elk, but he needs to turn around and just auto-attack the Nexus. As game one finally unceremoniously comes to an end. It's Top Esports that dominated for the majority of it, and now BLG need answers.
BLG need answers, and they need them fast, because that game could have been over 5 minutes ago for them. And I mean, look, I said if there's ever a game to throw a curveball, it's game one.
Absolutely.
They go to Diana, right? They had many other options. Don't forget, the brand was open. They could have very easily gone something like Brand and a bit of a brand classic of Knights inside of the Jace. I'm sorry, had to do it. And they could have just played a safer game, but they opted for this. They opted for the shotgun comp. Didn't work out. Now they've got to reevaluate. They will be able to move over to blue side. I'd expect, right? That's how it normally goes here in the playoffs. Loser gets side select. We'll see how things move for game number 2.
We're going to step away for a little break. We'll be back for that game number 2 right after this.
walls will crumble under all of my force will fall. Let's make them crawl. And when we finally meet the king, there will be no ghost for him. We shall end it
Welcome back, one and all, to LPL Summer Playoffs 2024. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Jamada, and what a world we live in. To the top, apparently, as Top Esports take a dominant game number one over BLG. BLG tried something. They threw some spaghetti at the wall. Unfortunately, none of the noodles stuck.
Yeah, sauce wasn't thick enough. Knight, I think that's a really good answer to that. Knight only dealt 5,500.
I cannot believe that.
This is not flame tonight. I think that just goes to show how the function of BLG's comp really just was. Way presses are. I would guarantee that like over half of Knight's damage that game was just from pressing his R key. Like, I would almost wager it, because that's all it really felt like we saw Knight do. Go in with his ult, die seconds after, and that was just simply because Top Esports' play around this Diana Yasuo combo was nothing short really of stellar. It was really maybe the first initial exchange where you thought, wow, okay, maybe BLG are going to start running over the game with this. Beyond that team fight, there wasn't really much answer to just about anything that Top Esports were really trying to do. It was this fight, actually, I beg your pardon, where you thought, all right, awesome, Waze on form, instant R flash. You know, sure, it's a bit of a wonky trade, but now, you know, flashless carries, you can start to see a bit more abuse there. Never really came to fruition.
And TN continued to find kills. Like, the man ended up 3-0 to start it off, but then be able to bleed some of that lead into the other parts of the map, and especially when we really got to see some of these combos come off from BLG, it felt really good. But just as we had set up from the draft, if you overextend, if you go too far a little forward, that's where Top Esports were really trying to take advantage of them. And that is exactly the point that I like that you brought up a lot going into the game, is like, yeah, you can try something for a game one of a best of 5. Let's see a lock in now, BLG.
Yeah, you know, and I don't want to also kind of bail out BLG and say this could be a throwaway game, but that's kind of what drafts like these feel like they are for, especially when you feel like, again, they had the option to just go Brand on 4. It was still up. It wasn't banned away, right? And then very easily followed up with a Jace. With, I'm sure there's probably a plethora of other AD champs still inside a Knight's pool that could have been pulled out in that situation. And they would have had a fine composition. They would have had Poke to match, AP to match in the jungle. Life could have been very sweet. But again, they wanted to push the envelope. Yeah. Didn't work out. Top Esports played well around the combo. And now it's about reforming for game number 2. And, you know, adapting, probably not seeing the Diana Yasuo again.
Probably not. I would say that's probably a for sure. But it was also a situation where BLG drafted themselves 4 melees into a Zyra, who went on to gain MVP for this one, not only from the regular season, but this guy's been on a tear here in the playoffs as well. You always have to look to ban out his resources, his premier picks, and this was a first pick for them.
Yeah, rough early game as well when you think about it, right? Like, quadranted off to 3 camps only, then effectively just found kill after kill after kill. He was just kind of in the right place at the right time for a lot of those early exchanges. And sometimes that's all you need in League of Legends to have a successful game, is just being in the right place at the right time. And TN, like you said, very easy setup, 4 melees, playing Zyra, a lot of peel. Life was easy to surf through in that game once you survived those initial combos. And I wonder if he's going to get that level of freedom again as we move into draft number 2. Will be Top Esports on the red side, BLG on the blue. I've learned from Joe that the background behind the
context clue,
the teams, the color is the context clues. So Top Esports, what are we going to see in adaptation right now? It's the Zyra ban away. Rumble remains a red side staple. BLG, however, this time around, trading out that not trading out anything. They're still doing the same 2 bans between Ivan and Lilia, and now the Ashe comes through, as Ziggs is also met. So Lucian is up, Kennen is up. What will be the first pick with things like the Renekton and all of those other ADs still on the cards?
And we talked so much about it coming into it, but the legacy of this series already over this year has been so interesting to watch. BLG getting the better of Top Esports twice in a row to win the championship in spring. Now Top Esports taking the upper hand early in this series, but we'll see if they can continue that momentum for themselves. As the Corki, which we had said is utmost prio for both these 2 mid laners here of recency, is going to be locked in for Knight this time around, who was pretty non-existent in game number 1.
Yep. Didn't really get to do too much. Now you'd hope with a Corki pick, a little more, well, expression isn't quite the right word, but in terms of impact, once you hit 2 items, probably a little easier going. Jackie Love will remain on that misfortune, and we're gonna see AD mid-match. I mean, Trist is up. Obviously, the Smolder Hover is very cute. Tien's just giving us a show of all of these fun junglers that we'll never see, and then he's gonna lock it. Yeah, Maokai, there you go.
Ooh, okay. So we have yet to see Tien turn on the gas yet. All right. I mean, the Zyra, okay, a little bit. He was cooking. But he's gonna be again playing maybe a more facilitative role, going more of leaning to the strengths of his laners, to his team. And I'll see if BLG gathers something along those lines for Wei as well, which he has tended to go for. And the Sejuani, premier pick for him.
Yeah, Sejuani. Kennen was up in this draft. Been as his most played champ so far in summer. Bring that up to 11 as Top Esports. An AD to match this Corki. Lucian makes the most sense out of all that are up and available. And of Cream's AD picks, the next to Tristana, highest played. Though, a Nasus answer into Kennen would be pretty cute.
Mordekaiser here? No.
I think you could. I think Maud's also fine.
Okay.
I think there's plenty of options, really. That would have
Just
been okay,
go
but
back to
369. Yeah, look, 369 knows his role, Mazel, okay? And he knows it very well. It's lock in Cassante, lock in... Oh, there's a carry that we don't want to deal with in team fights. Fine, guys, I'll lock in Mordekaiser, no problem. And you just deal with it. Anyway, top esports, 280 bans likely on the cards here. Jin's the first to go. Makes a fair amount of sense when you see the champions that you see on the other side from BLG set up from the AD role would be really nice to have. So taking that away, I wonder if we're also gonna see a Varus ban. I think when you kind of got that MF lane, I think it's something that you could lean back on if you're Elk. But just another strong laner, really. It's the only strong laner still left up unless we get down to a bit of dirty business like a Draven lane, perhaps Draven Renata, something along those lines.
I think Leona takes a lot of prio if it makes it through here as well, going into the second phase. I do wonder if BLG are going to continue focusing that bot lane matchup a little bit, get maybe something they really want to go for. But I like some of those utility cancel outs by top esports to make Elk maybe be on something that needs a little bit more help, as the Smolder is the final ban for BLG.
Yep, Smolder. So just trying to trim at Cream's mid pool. But do you know what's still up out of all of the ADs? You take a little guess. It's really obvious, actually, considering it's Cream. It's Tristana. So he will just snap that one up. It's pretty free for him. Did lose his win streak very recently. I think it was 18 games, 16 this year, 2 last year. But still very confident and probably our most competent player on the Tristana in the league. Now, I was curious about whether or not it would be Draven. I didn't want to bring up Kalista, more because I feel like the AD matchup kind of sucks. You get Make It Rained on and you can't really move. As a Seraphine hover, Mazel, this is a really good Seraphine angle. And Mako is an enchantment support, but I just feel like it's the hover of like, you know, I could and I would like to, but I'm going to swap to something a little bit more boring, all right?
I want to take a look. There it is.
Okay.
All right. We get the Seraphine locked in for Mako to go against this extremely aggressive 2v2 that Elkinon are taking.
Dude, this is awesome. So, Seraphine, now, do you know who I wish I could summon like a jutsu from Naruto? Orcs. That's who I wish I could. You would talk all day about this bottom lane. But Seraphine is going to provide a very strong lane early on in terms of, you know, aiding the push, kind of nullifying that 2v2 in that regard. The double slows as well between Misfortune and Seraphine is going to really put a stop in Elkinon's ability to actually find a lot of aggression. Then the team fighting later on, the utility that Seraphine can bring, but also the ultimate. You think about the slow rolling ult of the Maokai, and then you drop a Seraphine ult on top of that to extend it and then bring people in to root them. There's a strong combo just off rip, just playing front to back like that.
Yeah.
So a lot of options immediately for top esports.
Mako, for the first time in his storied career, will be bringing out the Seraphine. Will be bringing out this bot lane 2v2 against the new age bot lane, the ones that have taken the league by storm in Elkinon, who have taken the Kalista and the Renata to get advantage in this 2v2 matchup. I could be more excited. All of the eyes, all of the focus on this legendary 2v2 in bot lane. It's the new age versus the old guard. The old guard who on a renaissance in some of their best action we've seen in their long careers. I couldn't be more excited for game number 2, and it's everything looking the way of top esports off the momentum in that game number 1, off the absolute domination they had in that one as we head into Summoner's Rift for game number 2.
Where are they? The Gyos, where are they?
敌军还有30秒到达战场，免4
Okay, maybe we missed them.
Invisible.
Suppose so. Oh. Ah.
I love that you saw like the crowd looking around for it. Are they coming? Oh, are we going?
Look, Mazel. It feels like sacrilege to speak. Yeah. EDG. I think that was what that one was this time.
全军出
Last game it was LNG. I think this time they decided to do EDG. Someone is really trolling the Gyos, but I like it. Anyway, sacrilege to talk before the gyros happen. Let's focus on this game. BLG. Strong 2v2 on the bottom side, but I feel like Misfortune.
Oh,
NMF.
Knight.
Oh,
He's going to have to burn something here, I'm sure. No, actually not going to. Tien just wants to
Tien.
keep going.
Whoa.
Cream stepping up, back over. Tries to get the slowdown onto Knight, but didn't get it with the pullback. Now Tien's going to start up these Raptors here. Cream, he's stepping up here too himself. Going to try to get a little bit more damage on the Knight. We are just going to fisticuffs here. Top Esports, they are taking advantage of it. Tien gets level 2, and now BLG are forced off.
Yeah, I mean, it makes... Oh,
Dude,
Knight's
Tien is
gonna just
playing
show
with
face.
them.
Just to make sure Knight has to go the far way. And, I mean, hell, a really good start for Top Esports there, the 2v2.
He's staying.
We'll see how that bleeds into the rest of the map. I'm not surprised.
Okay.
I mean,
I was about
dropping a
to like,
sapling.
oh my goodness, this man. He's like, this is the most aggressive Maokai play I've ever seen.
well, yeah, very early on, Knight has to blow his teleport, so we'll track how that potentially impacts the early laning phase for Knight and whether or not it affords Cream a little bit of freedom in these early stages. But Bin on this cannon, going to be very scary to deal with. And remember, it's the new tech of Cassante running the exhaust, right? In this nullifying matchup as opposed to the support. So 369 and man marking this cannon is going to be very, very pivotal in these team fights as they start to roll around later on into this game.
Love to see a little bit of the bot lane priority maybe leading away. It's going to be stuck in the 2v2 here. We're going to be going top side with the jungle pathing, especially after those early shenanigans. And maybe seeing if anybody can garner a little bit of an individual lead in that bot side of the map. But until then, both these junglers really going to be fighting for some prio from the solo lanes to get some activity going.
Want to see where these junglers go after that very hotly contested level 1. I do expect that typically, as we do see in pro play anyway, focus will be towards the bottom side. But for now, junglers both forced to path up top first for their jungle camps, and a fair amount of setup on the side of 369, but not a lot of damage overall. If Bin's full HP, you'd imagine Cassante and Maokai take a while to get through that health bar. And if Wei's that side of the map, enough time to respond. But this bottom lane is absolutely brutal, I feel, for On and Elk. Let's see clips like that. But again, Misfortune aided so much by Seraphine in being able to push out these waves, just keep the Kalista and the Renara under tower for so long. And then even smaller synergies, like if a champion's slowed by Make It Rain and the beat drop comes through, that's an immediate route. So things like that just make that lane a little bit more irritating as top side.
He's spotted out. He still has an angle here. We actually see that he wanted to stop that back to try to get something going up here. As he does end up getting the Bramble Smash back. Bin will just be dead to rights, and first blood goes over to Tien.
Yeah, very easy. Bin is just too far forward. And 369, I mean, it's funny. You mentioned how the exhaust is going to have to be used for, you know, in good taste, and how 369 is going to have to man-mark Bin a lot. Early stages as well, also really good for just tank setup.
Killing them in the solos.
Just killing them in these long extended rundowns. So nice little pick up there. Kill goes over to Tien. It's not going to be the AP variant or like the Leandri's opening variant.
They don't know. They have no idea.
This gank is coming through. They do not know at all.
Yeah, Mako was not able to spot out Wei. They do know something's up now. Going to try to use the flashes here. Jackie Love trying to save his. Going to cleanse and flash in the end. Get a little bit of damage back onto BLG as they try to fight out now. It was BLG with an attempted gank on bot side, getting a couple of summoner spells.
Yeah, flash, and the cleanse. So the potential of a regank in the next few minutes definitely there, but you expect Tien to be around.
Mako maybe having an angle here. Jackie Love has the step up. Tien gonna go with the flash play, and they actually get the bailout already, but On can't get it fast enough, and On is already gone. The Ren stacks are stacking up, but Tien's not gonna go down. He's still alive, gonna get the flash play out of the way, and the flail claims the kill. Now Jackie Love and Mako, they're in a little bit of trouble. There is nobody coming to save them. Nobody's coming to fight for BLG either, though. It's gonna be a tussle. Jackie Love getting low. That Poro is hungry as Mako is looking for Elk on the other end of it. Elk trying to step forward and get his own kill. Does get the Rend, and that's a wonderful play to turn the tables for BLG.
1 for 3 in the long run there for BLG. 2 kills, though, do go on to wait. However, Elk still picks up 1 kill credit at the very least. There's all Cream.
Oh, no. Oh,
He completed the base.
Oh, that's actually hilarious. I wonder if that would have been a kill in the end, too. We're going to get the all-out in top lane by 369 and Ben. They say, I want action, too. We're not going to find anything up there, though. Both junglers going to be very effective on the map right now. Though we're looking at the objectives coming up. Dragon for the grubs on the other side.
Yep, seems to be the case. There's a replay down at this long play. So remember, Jackie Love and Mako start this second part of the play without the summoner spells. Tien coming out from base, knows that On is flashless, comes through, flash forward, get the kill. The bailout extends that life just a little while longer as Tien, the Bramble Smash, just ensures that Wei has to commit forward with the flash. However, Jackie Love out of mana, Mako very low mana. And even though Elk is very, very low, he can play the edge of his range here as Wei steps forward to split the focus. And that second split focus keeps Wei alive for this rundown.
Love to see some of the micro moves within that one leading to the difference. And Elk getting some massive advantage now as well. Gonna have the level advantage over Jackie Love. Getting already back into the bot side, get back into the map. We are getting the resets from Top Esports though. And as we were going through that, we had that likely trade of the neutral objectives early. But now we're going to be getting to level 6s for both junglers. So you thought we were already getting action? Well, it's going to get a little bit heavier.
Yeah, should do. Ultimate, especially from Wei. Just because it's a little bit snappier than that Maokai ult, right? We'll keep my eyes on him. I feel like for Tien and for Top Esports as a whole, they just want, you know, levels, another item, you know, item and a half. Start looking for things. A lot of strong one-item spikes on the side of BLG between Elk, the Blade Bearing King, and also Leandri is just weirdly cannon spikes really hard. Not only in the 1v1, but also just in general with that Madness passive and looking for the flanks. So we'll see exactly where these teams look to strike next. There's no neutral objective up for the next 3 minutes. 369 looking for a good trade here. And we'll find just that. But again, I expect a little bit of calm unless somebody presents themselves to a very easy opportunity from Tien or from Wei.
And I guess that's where we can talk about some of the entrances in. I think both teams have a lot of peel back, but Tien can also be very proactive with his ultimate. We'll see him use that here on the Bin, who has really no saving grace up here as he's in a lot of trouble. He's not going to juggle too well for Top Esports, though. And Bin has a little bit of an exit strategy here, but unfortunately gets hit by the Q3. Tien taking it up bot side, though. Mako in trouble. Mako is down. BLG have taken their own bot lane dive here and are going to get the Fates call there from Elk and take down Jackie Love, though. Jackie Love gets the one back in the end. It's 2 kills. It's blood all over the rift, and it's absolute chaos here in game number 2.
Yeah, Cream's on the hunt here for Wei. Not going to dig quite far enough. It's like that one meme. Just have to go a little bit further to find the gold. And Mako, unfortunately, in that dive, it seems like didn't have a good opportunity to actually use that ultimate. So very fortunate, I suppose, in many ways, maybe that BLG don't get hit by that on court. And it ends up being a very, very clean dive. I'd love to get a replay of how it all kicked off. We were watching that topside dive go down, and like clockwork, here we are. Wave has crashed. Ultimate from On stops the wave clear of bullet time, but Wei's already on top of Mako, and yeah, Mako just doesn't really have a good target to use that encore on. Wei squeaks away on a sliver of HP, and the tower doesn't quite finish off Jackie as Cream just misses the mark by a few seconds.
But we will come back on the rift with first item spikes for a couple key targets at least. The Locket Prio will be there for Tien, so going with maybe a little bit more of that utility build and the tankiness there as well as the classic convergence start for Wei. But it's the Blade of the Rune King for Elk and the Bloodthirster for Jackie Love that's going to up that aggression a little bit.
Just allows you to take trades and top up. 369. This
A
is
little
Cassante.
trouble. Does have all out.
So I do always worry.
Oh, they've
But
brought
there's
more
now
members
4
though.
people here. Will they commit Cream's teleport? Is my question. I feel like they just let 369 die,
just
get the cross map.
All right, they just got Glacial Prison up actually. Okay.
Yeah. Yo, that looked fun.
Interactive gameplay.
Yeah. And this should seal 6 grubs, or at the very least 5, maybe worst case 4 for BLG as they secure this side of the map. Dragon's 40 seconds away. But Cream is still alone on the bot side. Don't be distracted by what's going on your screens right now, or do.
They might actually just go for the full-on fight here as BLG are bringing multiple members. TP going to come in. That is 369 joining the fight. Big encore now as Jackie Love's coming over. He has the bullet time but can't find an angle for it. They have pushed them off of the grubs. They will deny grub again, but they still got the might spawn for BLG.
Yeah, small might spawn for BLG. Still feels really good. And we'll see how they can put those grubs to use in those side lanes or in these small windows where the plates are still up for another 2 minutes. Top esports though, great contest overall. And like I said, I felt like that was best case. Get 2 grubs, right? And that's exactly what they find out of it. And they get their second dragon of the game. So putting BLG on a bit of a soft timer. And remember, as a Knight could be in a bit of trouble here, overextended. I'm not going to pull the trigger on that though, Top esports.
Always in the pit. Steals
Got it.
Denying the early stacking. Top esports were unsuspecting as a huge combo there. Big bullet time right back, but look, Knight has come into the fight. On's getting low, gets the bailout immediately though as Elk gets another kill for him, and he's going on a rampage in this game number 2. He's a little bit angry from that game 1.
Mechanically, BLG just outplayed Top esports there. Unfortunate on Top esports' part to not get that dragon. 369, is he going to pull the trigger? Has exhaust and ult.
Oh, yeah, he's going all in, all out with the exhaust there, too. Going to wait for the dash. Going to try to get the damage onto Ben, but needs to be careful under tower. Won't actually connect the damage there, and 369 will force Ben out, but he has TP.
Knight does not have any mana, but once this wave crashed, as Cream will now come over here to collect, but again,
they collapse on him here. Yeah, they have Glacial Prison. They have so much damage. They can just get Tien. Although he's going to go right back in. Now, Cream, he has no mana, but he's looking for a reset there with that damage. And he can't get the finishing blow onto Knight. The flash going to come out from Tien. Elk is here now, and he is very strong. You have to be careful. But BLG, they're trying to push the buttons a little bit of Top esports. And now Cream, he's caught between a rock and a hard place. Or maybe a Poro and a tower. As now he's going to jump his way out with the rocket jump. Really nicely done. And he steps up to get away. They will end up taking some turret plates down here.
Cream just buffered a point-blank Sejuani Q, man. That is... Well, he's in Wade's head for that one. I'll say that for free. BLG will get the tower at the very least for the trade, so... Still doing their job, but I feel like Top esports still get the sweeter end of the deal. They get tier 1 in the mid lane, and that's obviously going to open up the opportunity to catch waves higher up in the mid lane and rotate to sides a little bit easier. Let's talk about this fight, though, because BLG really outplayed Top esports at every avenue. Tien just Qs a bit early, and it means he doesn't have the lockdown on the Q smite, and Wade just gets the pixel-perfect smite. Flash forward, comes through in a second, as well over Cream. The bullet time does a bit of work in splitting up these members, but it's really not enough in the bailout. Immediately revives on. Again, BLG just kind of play out this team fight. Super pixel perfect. And everyone knows their roles really well and denies Top esports an entry at every opportunity.
This is feeling a much more drivable game for BLG in a lot of ways. Not only do they have a lot of comfort picks for themselves, but they've set themselves up for success. They've gotten Elk a ton of resources on a carry that can literally just keep pushing into the enemy, keep that pressure up as well. Both teams getting a ton of early plates, leading to this Rift Herald fight that Top esports are already forcing.
Yep, Top esports, they want it, and can't blame them. BLG, not close enough for the smite, but what about the fight?
Yeah, and maybe overextending to try to get the eye there. He's going to get the bullet time back, though. Nice little encore. 369 separating the fight here. Cream on the side, waiting to jump forward. Though, there comes the slicing mouse from back. Cream! What have you done, my son? Absolute treachery afoot for Top esports as BLG take hold.
Goodness me. One error. On's going to stop that reset. Tien and Mako may just be dove. They've got the empowered recalls. Oh, Tien. He couldn't stick it out. He's gone. Another kill. It's going to be Knight that gets the credit.
Oh,
Not ideal.
man.
Not ideal at all. Top Esports, I mean, they get the Herald at what cost? That's now a 6-0-3 Kalista. I mean, again, Top Esports, they just want the front to back, and so do BLG, but look at this. The bullet time comes through. That prompts On to pop his ultimate, and then the Encore comes through onto 3. Everyone's hitting everyone. Everyone's stun locked. 369's on the front line, but then look at Bin. Finds his entrance onto Cream, but the Buster shot is just at the perfect angle.
It literally hits Jackie Love with the last piece to the stun needed. Oh my god.
It's not...
That is
Not what
devastating.
you want to see. Not what you want to see at all.
Little miscoordination, you rinse it off, you come right back, because you know, if there's anything that's going to be true, BLG aren't going to let you rest on that one. If you do, you will be dead. So Top Esports trying to recoup a little bit of pressure on the map. They got about 15 seconds for another dragon coming up. Cream is being preyed upon by Bin. Needs to try to find a way out of this one, or maybe turn the fight back around, but BLG are collapsing. They've gotten On way back here on the flank. Tien and Jackie Love around the corner, but Cream just going to sacrifice his life over here under the turret and gives the kill over to Ben.
No Buster shot available. Smile. And Bin alongside Wei will find that easy pick. No one was actually close enough to actually find any help for him. Will they try and get a cross map out of the bot side? Or no, actually Dragon's up, so it's just Cream being dead for 15 more seconds. He will teleport back. But again, BLG is so strong. Even without that Kennen ultimate for the time being, I think that's kind of alright to look for a contest. Has a deep teleport, deep from 369. Okay.
He's like, just in case.
Yeah,
That's a bit rough, though.
big old game of
That
cat and
is-
mouse.
Yeah, that's a little bit rough. They committed both TPs up there. Now the Dragon will end up going over to BLG. So taking a bit advantage of the map state here. And this is also a conversation that we started having a lot, where Top Esports love to contest you at every moment. They love to keep control of the map, but so do BLG. And when BLG get ahead, we have seen that Wei can pilot this team alongside On to some seriously incredible macro decisions. So
Ooh,
see if that continues to be the case here.
Look at where Knight is.
Dude, if
Cream's in trouble.
he goes down 3 times in a row, that cannot happen for Top Esports. They have gotten him out of dodge, though, and escaped with their very lives. BLG were just looking to collapse.
Yeah, they get Tien's flash too. And a heal out Mako. So very positive exchange for BLG. As I imagine the map will start to fall into a little bit of calmness for the time being, though this is LPL, and like I always like to say, to be honest with you, I've seen teams throw bodies at plays for less. We don't even know what less is right now. As Tao will go down for 369, and I don't think he's really going to be punished for it. A bit too tanky and a bit too far away. And just that Baron that spawns in 30 seconds. And that'll be the focus point for a few minutes before that next Mountain Dragon comes up. And you start to see that split focus come through from both these teams.
We got second items coming up. Both junglers going to have their seconds, but also Cream as well as Elk going to have his, and Jackie Love. So the next fight's going to have a little bit more oomph to it here as well. But it's also about how they utilize these team compositions. I think with a bit of a lead going BLG's way, it makes their composition much stronger. You lean on Elk's strength here, and you find those big engages with Wei and Bin, and you always have a lot of reactive tools there with On as well.
Exactly. And you're very happy to play second to the punch until you can, you know, allow Bin that opportunity off a Wei. Just go, yeah, this is the perfect time. Snap around Glacial Prison. I think that's the very strong point of this comp, really. Despite all of the forward-moving options out of Top Esports. Maokai ult, and of course the Encore from Seraphine. You can just about stand your ground as long as you don't die in that CC. And that effectively just means as long as the bullet time doesn't rain on top of the combo. But On's been so good at just throwing that ultimate towards Jackie Love, rather, anytime he casts that ultimate. So they should be alright for now, as Baron being started up. They knew Tien was bot, and
Oh, man. Not
asleep at the wheel.
suspecting a thing. Sleep well, my prince, as you take your jungle, because this Baron is all BLG's.
Yeah, they either willingly gave that up, or they genuinely didn't know. And I'd hope to imagine it's not the latter. But I think in a game like this, it very well might be. Baron secured for BLG. And they can continue to extend this gold lead. Hopefully for themselves, at the very least, pick up this outer tower, maybe an inner. And start to open up the map. Suffocate Top Esports out of map control.
Baron's going to be very hard to deal with unless you have the bullet time. But unfortunately, you can't do that more than once here. So at least they get a little bit of a moment of reprieve. This outer tower is not long for this world, as BLG will keep presence around here. They don't really need to force anything else. They got a dragon in about a minute and a half. They can just utilize this Baron, keep pressure up until then. They also are already forcing out summoner spells under turret here. As the turret's about to go down, Top Esports still move in to clear that wave, but they lost Jackie Love's cleanse.
Very important game like this, especially with how On has been contextually using these ultimates. Anytime Jackie Love plants his feet, uses that bullet time, again, a Renata ultimate will meet Jackie Love eventually. So no cleanse could mean a good couple of passives hit your head from behind. And I'll tell you, those first couple of bullets out of Misfortune, not what you want to be getting hit by. If you're on a Top Esports side, especially.
Now, Elk has hit third item. He has the Terminus completed. Very good damage in this team fight, and a lot of survivability there as well. The question is, can Top Esports kind of lock him down in any regard? Because he is the guy to look to, and as often has been for this track record of BLG success here recently.
Yep. Can rely on Elk when he's got the resources. Though he does, on occasion, and this is going to be very funny to say, given Jackie Love is in the game, can suffer from a little bit of what you can call Jackie Love syndrome from time to time. Just takes that step too far forward sometimes. We'll need that added level of discipline here into Top Esports.
He does so much damage to 369 already.
He does.
It's
It's really scary.
Up. They still have 30 seconds on this Baron buff. They actually just pulled the pressure on bot side to take a tier 2 in mid lane. There is an answer from Top Esports with Cream in the side lane up there, but I don't know if it's going to matter. You're going to lose 2 tier 2 turrets right before the dragon, and BLG can just go ahead and take kills under turret here. 369. He is rolling threes this time around, as unfortunately, Nature's Grasp not nearly enough to stop this siege that BLG have going on. They're onto an in-hit turret here now, but Wei has to flash away from the Encore and dash away from the bullet time. Bin might be overextending here. You got to realize the Top Esports, they still got teeth. And BLG realized maybe a little bit too late.
Yeah, very, very close to towing a line there. Cream and Knight. They're fighting over the Skull Crab, and Knight's going to be the one to find it, and he's also going to stop Cream's base. Another dragon, though, goes over to BLG. 2 mountains, 1 ocean, 1 away from Mountain Salt. This game's starting to slip away from Top Esports a little bit here. 1 more Baron, you feel like you're looking at lasting damage to the base. Open up an inhib, maybe 2. Top Esports just haven't been able to find that one big fight so far, where a good Encore lands over the top of a bullet time. BLG giving them a bit of a taste of their own medicine.
True.
From game number 1, avoiding those combos.
We'll say Top Esports have sneakily gotten themselves 3 items on both Cream and Jackie Love. They're looking for a bit of a bush play here. Oh, Knight, an unsuspecting Corgi, just wanted a little bit of food, and he will become food for the beast of Top Esports.
Good pick. Really, really good pick. What more can Top Esports get from it, though? That's the question. Corki, very strong, but not the Callista, right? Callista still the main portion of this composition right here.
Really good handshake there. His Renata gameplay has been nice. as Bin, he's coming
Bin.
for a flank. They get a lot of damage on the way here. Bin doesn't really have an angle unless he wants to go the long way around or flash over the wall. He's thinking about it. 369 is waiting with the all-out, waiting with the exhaust. That is the crucial piece to the puzzle that we have to watch for as Nature's Grasp going to come across. They're going to get a tier 2 of their own. And Top Esports, they actually get the Fate's Call out of Elk there in the end as well. And there's something to be said about how ruthless Top Esports have been when they get a little bit of an advantage anywhere, any of their series.
Give an inch. That's what Top Esports are, the kind of team of take the mile. And yeah, very good run of play there for them, finding that pick on tonight. Just affords them a little bit of freedom in securing those towers. And now Baron spawning 30 seconds away. BLG will clear out a majority of the vision set here by Top Esports on that outing. And that one lone ward outside the Baron pit will enable them to hopefully know that BLG are attempting to sneak another Baron, if that so goes on.
I don't know if they can let that go down again. I feel like that might just be it for this game too if they do. See mid lane though, and is a play from Top Esports trying to set this one. They get on very healthily chunked here as now Tien was having a bit of an angle. They're going to bring Knight down for BLG. We're going to get a tussle in the river. BLG, they can't really use this split nature just yet as Top Esports, they want to get you into a choke point so they can use this Wombo combo.
Trying really hard to make that work. I mean, if Top
They
Esports
just force it.
Yeah, if Top Esports can find a turn on a choke where that sapling is on the bottom of your screen, not this one, or the one below it, this one on top of that red ward on the left. There's about 4 saplings, don't worry. Trying to give us some help here. Life looks really good, but out of the bush, we won't find anything that time. BLG just playing patiently, get themselves on the wave.
Oh, 369. Maybe setting them up right now, trying to get some tools down. Glacial Prison's down. Nature's Grasp coming across. Big bullet time as well. Just going to chunk way. Hostile takeover separated the fight a decent amount. Now that Buster Shot using Cream to get away. Now 369 as well. Going to bite the dust. BLG were moving forward. They were trying to maybe find some flashy plays, but not going to find anything at the end. But you've already lost 369, a major frontliner here. Cream's going to try to TP back out.
Yeah, again, Mako additionally just not able to find an angle. I'm not sure in that exchange if there quite was a strong enough one, but doesn't pull the trigger. Everyone else did. And BLG as well, not able to seize an opportunity, Bin in particular, to find the backline. But as you kind of mentioned on the back end of the call, Jackie Love's no flash now. That could be a very, very big deal if Bin is to find his way onto the backline. Jackie Love will almost certainly be a bit of a sitting duck unless 369 or Tien are there to immediately cover this. As I really want to keep my eyes on Mako just to see if he truly did have an angle or not, because everyone else pulled the trigger on using their ultimates here in this exchange. Feels a little rough, I suppose.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't pull it right there. That's like a massive ulti angle.
Yeah, there definitely was 1 or 2 times you feel maybe he could have on the disengage, but holding his ground. There's
I promise this isn't the replay. This is real life. This is happening right now as Top Esports are being rebuffed off the mid lane. Wei looking for an angle now over the wall potentially, but not going to go for it. They didn't really get what they were looking for, but it's BLG trying to put Top Esports through their paces ahead of the Dragon.
Really testing the waters here. Ultimate blown by Wei. And ultimates are coming back off cooldown. Top Esports Cream!
He tries to buffer it, does end up getting away, but maybe his Doom 369. Exhaust has already come out onto Bin. Oh, they get the big bullet time. Look, the Encore coming too, but this Slicing Maelstrom, there's nothing to save you. There's no exhaust, there's nothing left in BLG. All 5 members strong will claim the full lead in this game and are looking to push for the end.
Yeah, can they find it though? That's the question. A lot of blinking health bars. Another minion wave comes in and they've got 4 grubs. Cream though, all on his lonesome. Not enough health in the well.
They do what Top Esports couldn't do the first time around in game number 1. They take 1 game, 1 fight, and that's a big evening up of the score. In a monumental series, BLG answer Top Esports in kind as they come out with a much more BLG composition.
Feels a lot better from BLG. Tried their hand at that shotgun comp in game number 1. Didn't work out. And in this game here, I mean, it did feel to me as though Top Esports, again, they were denied their combo this time, you know? Like, it was fundamentally kind of a front-to-back composition, but again, no bullet time with an encore, and they weren't really many times in this game where I feel like they were the ones that pulled the trigger first. It was always waiting for the Sejuani to throw out that Glacial Prison and then looking for the angles off the back of that. Didn't really end up happening. So I think if there's anything off the back of that I would like to say, it's that maybe BLG stick to these more traditional drafts. Mazel, I think they've given their hand at that one Yasuo Diana comp. That's enough. This game here shows that they're more than capable of going toe-to-toe with Top Esports.
And I'll just say, I appreciate after such a long career, we're getting even new picks from Mako. But I think we got to go back to the what's worked. All right.
For a second, I will be his lawyer.
All right.
In his defense,
hear it.
Your Honor, it did its job in the laning phase, right? It really did. You know, it did hammer down Elk and On in the 2v2. It was only after maybe 7 or 8 minutes that they actually started to, you know, find themselves no longer under tower. And I think that was a lot more to do with the presence of Wei as opposed to anything else, really. It felt as though TN wasn't really there to back up his bot lane after the initial engagements. So, yeah, I think that whilst it was fun to see the Seraphine pick, it did fulfill half of its role. We just didn't quite get Mako pulling the trigger. Maybe some opportunities where he should have in the mid game.
I think that's the crucial part is both teams now in 2 games have already tried things, right? They've tried to see what sticks. The Diana Yasuo didn't work out. Then we get to see a little bit of a change in bot side. But we'll see if game 3 returns us to normalcy. As we go to break, we'll be right back.
what you don't know, 'cause we're far from certain fate. And we'll make our final stand. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day, 'cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands.
Welcome back, one and all, to the race for the Silver Dragon Cup here in LPL Summer Playoffs 2024. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Jamada, and what an evening of the series we had as BLG triumphantly returned to Summoner's Rift and come away the victors. It relied a lot on the Corki mid, which I'm sure we'll see a little bit of a change, but it was back to a BLG composition that they know and love.
Yep, a lot more traditional for BLG, right? You know that game one, I asked for the curveball. If you're going to do it, let it be in game one. Came out in game one, didn't work. Game two, much, much better. Away from that shotgun comp, towards the front-to-back fighting, which is a lot more about just having a scaling mid laner. In this case, they had the Kalista through bot lane. Elk had an absolutely phenomenal game, despite the fact that he was really hammered down, him alongside On, by the Seraphine Misfortune combination brought out. Didn't really matter in the end. Still picked up enough kills early on to get through that early game into a mid game where he was simply thriving.
I still look back to that one moment for Mako. I think the juiciness of that encore that was waiting there. You know, what could have been. But On made the difference on the other side. He was decisive. And honestly, some of those hostile takeovers were game-changing.
Yeah, they absolutely were. And On, in particular, we brought it up a lot of times throughout that game, waiting for Jackie Love to pull the trigger on the bullet time to then send through. I mean, this is just one example of many, right? Jackie Love pops his ult. On goes, okay, I'm just going to press R, and eventually you're going to have to stop. Otherwise, you effectively make the choice of letting the bullet time channel, but then you get hit by the ult, and then you start autoing your team, or you cancel the bullet time and get out of the way, right? It's that, and there's no real other option. Beyond that, though,
Look at
just
that,
again,
man.
so many times. So many times, just in great chain CCs, fantastic bailout usage as well. I think I saw 3 or 4 revives this game, which sometimes it feels like you don't get any games where bailout has the revive effect actually come through. This game, plenty of times as of course, that ultimate from Cream, kind of sealing the deal for his own teammates there. And off the back of that fight, that really felt like the nail in the coffin, right? To then enable BLG to continue to swing through as On continued to find great ult after great ult after great ult.
And in the Enchanter support meta right now, On is in the advantage so far. We'll see if we return to a little bit of normalcy in the setup, though. And that's what we got to talk about a little bit more so is, will we get Tien's more aggressive jungle pull? Will we see the Lilia slink through the draft in some regards? But what kind of bans are we going to be getting adapted to in this game 3 of this best of 5? Because you can have those for fun games, as you may call them, in this best of 5, but from here on out, I mean, it's the real deal. You got to start putting the team through their paces and making the run to that final spot, making the run to our first Worlds ticket here. As both these teams head into the draft for game number 3, it's Top Esports on that blue side, BLG on the red side. We'll see BLG ban away the Ivor and the Rumble, the Lilia. Top Esports, they ban away the Kennen, the Ziggs, and the Ashe. First pick Zyra yet again from game number 1.
My only question was really, what would BLG do about this misfortune in terms of being on this side? Would they stick to the same bans as game number 1? The question is yes. In fact, the only difference between game 1 and game 1 and game 3 right here is that Lucian is up. Zyra was first picked by Top Esports then, but now BLG take that misfortune away themselves, not willing to give that one over with the Ashe banned away. They want that strong prio down there, trading out that Renekton this time also for the Corki. So we'll see whether it's going to be that jungle matchup from Wait, or whether it's going to be that Renekton prio on what Top Esports do about their top lane matchup and about the AD and mid lane matchup right here on this 2-3.
I just want to know the I guess answer into the Corki at this point, because Corki has run this series so far in the first 2 games as well. Obviously, in the first game, Cream picking up a lot of the stragglers and things like that in a lot of the fights. But so far, hey, the win rate speaks for itself. As we get the double lock-in for Top Esports, it is the Renekton for 369, and we have the Ezreal.
Yep, Ezreal comes through. First time this series. Surprising, it is the most played AD between both of these AD carries so far this split. As time is ticking, Bin, does he just want this answer? I feel like BLG are kind of happy to end up dropping jungle to 4. They did in game 1. And they've been relatively happy to do so on red side quite a bit. But now, Mazel, my question really is, are they going to give way a facilitator? Will Top Esports ban away more carry-oriented jungles? And if they don't, are they actually going to allow Wei to have that freedom to go, you know, a brand, go, you know, hell, even dig deep, you know, find something stupid like a Karthus, right?
Yeah,
something that's really going to throw a spanner in the works here.
Find out next time on phase 2 of this draft. I got him. Zeri is the focus right now for BLG in the second phase. It is the Maokai actually taking a little bit of a respect ban against Wei from Top Esports. Rightfully so. I feel like the facilitation has been the name of the game for them, but you really have to look at what the answer is going to be into the Zyra, because really Tien just kind of ran the map last time around.
Yep, yeah, he did. Despite some early woes from some shenanigans via BLG, didn't really stop him. What's the second brand? It's brand, or it's
He banned the
no
brand,
one,
right?
really. I unless there's a prio support that you want gone.
The Shavada, let's go.
Huh. Well, okay, sure. Then I mean, I guess for Wei again, you know, at least from what we've seen him play so far since he's been subbed in, brand is the one that makes the most sense. Everything else is banned out. So, oh, Sejuani, of course. All right, well,
I was gonna
that's
say
fine.
there's a little bit of a poro in the room.
Yeah, one big pour in the room. I forgot. That's my bad. So still playing those facilitators. Top Esports now. Prio on the supports. It's why BLG banned out the Leona. Didn't want to give that one over, and they wanted On to have counter pick. If it will be this Alistar, I wonder if it's just going to be something like a Braum. You've already got the Sejuani engage. You've got 3 auto attackers, really. Braum would feel pretty okay into 2 melees. Even just that. You get yourself secured bottom side prio and work off that in the early game. Top Esports now with their mid lane pick left for Cream. Tristana is up. But after last game, does Cream feel confident again to pilot it? I feel like that's one of those things that might knock your confidence, because I will say Cream has had a bit of an up and down series so far, just between the 2 games. But he will go back towards that Tristana. I don't feel like he's wholly been bad, but of course, you make such a big misplay like that Buster shot. It will stick in your mind for a little while as we round out this draft. BLG go towards that rail.
Yeah, I think just have to rinse that off, go next. The Tristana has traditionally been a really big pick for him over this last year. So really nice to see them kind of go back to the well, readjust some of the setup for Top Esports and try to re-attack BLG. But for BLG, I mean, they get some heavy prio picks for them. Not only are we going to get the rel yet again for On, maybe a little bit of redeeming quality to that, but Bin's Comfort Gnar here. We get Wei that since his entrance into this team on this Sejuani just takes hold of how they play the game and is very impressive to watch, and we saw him do that already.
Hopefully you get to see him do it again as we move closer to this game number 3. Snap engages. Rel, Sejuani, Gnar. Triple front line, double AD carry. Welcome to 2024 summer. That's what PLG say. Top Esports though, kind of along the same lines, just that they've got that AP carry in the jungle from Tien. I want to see whether or not the punishment is repeated like it was in game number 1, and they're able to kind of quarter off Tien, and if he can recover, because if he gets a standard start, I feel like he's going to have a lot of freedom in comparison to what we saw in game 1, which is a bit of a scary thought considering how that played out.
Yeah, game 3 starting up now as well, and it's a step forward in this best of 5. It's a step forward for either one of these teams in a matchup that we know oh so well. The upper bracket finals, a deja vu of what we saw here in spring not too long ago, and a deja vu of what we saw in the finals. Top Esports maybe reminiscing on those nightmares a little less joyfully than BLG, but here we are. It's a game to take the match point setup in this best of 5 and get that much closer to that ticket to Worlds.
I couldn't quite make out what they gyroed after the 2 teams. So I couldn't recognize what was said. But there's one troll gyro up, setting the tone.
We're getting a level 1 here. And been actually very curious if we're going to get the full-on commit for the level 1s. We've seen both teams very willing to go with the chaos early on in the game as well. This game in particular. have a lot of, I guess, weight on the shoulders of both Tien and Wei. Both of them getting the picks that have won this game in the series for them so far, but both also back on serious comfort playing to their styles of gameplay.
Yeah, and just returning to our points before we came into this series, very much fulfilling the roles that they've more or less been given a lot of the time in recent memory. Wei, of course, a lot more recent, only being subbed in halfway through the split, but providing that facilitator role a lot more than he is the carry. And Tien kind of just playing well on just about anything you give him. But the Syra, definitely one of the more standout picks for him amongst his most played.
See the tussle for level 2, going to go the way of top esports seemingly here. Jackie Love and utilize that engage that Mako's bringing to get some hurt onto On. Going to get the force out there using the arcane shift forward, forcing Elk out, doing so much damage here. Jackie Love was tired of taking all that heat from game number 2.
Great spacing from Jackie Love there. Not just the spacing, but also just dancing on the edge. Really towing the line of the tower aggro. And that is going to secure this bottom side prio. We'll see what Tien does with it. Remember, he clears so much faster than Wei that he's already on Krugs. 244. Wei, he's barely finished his blue buff. So there's a big tempo disadvantage that Wei finds himself in against the bottom lane with no prio. We'll see if it turns into an invade or anything a little bit more fishy than that.
Yeah. And this is where Wei needs to stay proactive, needs to know that his avenue forward is getting proactive plays for the team, finding those resources. Speaking of, though, Tien will be spotted out on bot side, but the presence is still here. The presence is still felt, and you'll get Wei moving out of this side of the jungle, maybe even going for a dive here as top esports, but it's dicey.
Yeah, Tien's really playing with the idea. So is Mako.
Oh, the grasping here. Not going to follow anything up there, as they'll just use some of this presence to take the bot side scuttle for Tien. And he was utilizing the early clear speed there. And this is going to be the duality that these two junglers are representing. We have two very differing styles right now going at it.
Yeah, Tien making his return. Wei not going to go up towards that top scuttle. Knows that his bot lane still in danger. They see Tien on all this vision.
They think that Wei went top side. Beautiful play from On to get the collapse onto Tien. And Tien has overstayed his welcome as Elk now goes for the flash play onto Jackie Love. He doesn't have much mana. One more hit and Elk is getting a little bit of strutting his stuff here to get the kill. And Wei is chasing down Mako. Things have fallen apart for top esports. They thought they had the play, but it turns out they had nothing but a gift to BLG.
Yeah, Mako will make a meal of it. Knows he's going to die, just wasting Wei's time. Very cheeky. On also gets this wave to crash down here. He's very low HP. Wonder if he had to take a tower shot for it, but great angle from BLG. Honestly, Tien just disrespecting the fact that Wei could still be here, not respecting On's posturing either. And then Jackie Love is in for the rundown. Mako has to go the wrong way. Strut starts to come online at the end of this play, but also the E comes through from Elk. Or rather from On to give Elk that extra bit of movement speed. Shuts down Jackie Love. 2 kills to the Misfortune, and it's just not the kind of start you need if you're in an Ezreal lane as Tien now angling in for Bin.
They got to try to make a play happen. They're going to find the connection there. 369 still goes for the fight, but Megnar has just been activated. 369 needs to dash his way out of that one. He's in trouble now. Yeah, Tien has to adapt his path back up here. Gonna flash away, though, from Bin. Maybe trying to get the angle here, but he's in trouble. He just gets to block the minion.
What?
The minion. Oh, no, he still dies. And Tien cannot follow through because Wei is up here on the top side at BLG. Maybe they have found the recipe against top esports.
Maybe they have. Bin almost kind of scam. I'm not. I don't even know if it was the minion. I think Wei should be
maybe the
fine.
Combo. Oh, I hope we'll get a replay to see exactly what the damage stop was.
I'm not sure if it was the minion on the plant. Either way, 2v2 here. Heavy trade. Oh my goodness.
Little preemptive arcane shift there out from Jackie Love to get away.
That's the difference. BF sword against longsword, Mazel.
Makes a little bit of a difference in the 2v2, I think. Tian is going to go for the grubs on the top side, though, after all those early plays happen. So he'll get a little bit more of the advantage up there, a little bit more of the experience difference. Wei is not going to complete his back. Will be spotted going into Top Esports' jungle under 300 health here. And this is going to be a collapse from Top.
Oh, I mean, it's so easy. His passive's going to be off as well. Mako's dead.
Okay, well, Mako's dead. Maybe Wei will join him. Buster Shot Explosive Charge combo comes through and Cream claims the kill.
Can't mess that one up. Wei will drop. Punished by that.
I want to see the top
bit of vision.
play. Can we stop
I also
fighting?
want to, but I don't think Mazel. I think we might have passed our window, man.
I think we have,
don't know
man.
if we're gonna
I
get a
think
replay.
It's too late for us. Might as well hang it up.
Yep. Well, maybe. Okay, rocket jump away. But see, Mako's waiting on the bottom side. Oh,
No!
and it's the bot side play.
It's not even the play. This is how Mako got caught out, though.
Yep. Very, yeah, not much to talk about, man. He's just looking for vision. Gets collapsed on, pincered. I guess we'll never know what's stopped all of the damage.
Honestly,
Well, we'll know, but just not in this deal.
In the end.
No, it might not be.
But there is a dragon that has not been taken for a long while. Expect that to maybe be the focus here as we see Wei coming back onto the map out this side here. Some of the vision being cleared out by BLG. Dragon is started up. Would be the start of the stacking for Billy.
Yep. Get that going. BLG going to be very happy to team fight a little bit sooner than Top Esports maybe, you'd imagine. Jackie Love wants 2 items. Tristana, Cream probably wants 2 items as well, whereas once Elk gets that Bloodthirster, he's really rearing and ready to go whenever he can. A lot of CC and just the bullet time alone will carry you through to bigger item spikes on Knight and on Bin, as far as the side lane is concerned. So getting that Dragon Stack is very good. I'll secure that, and the next one will be Chemtech, so no Chemtech Soul will be gracing us here in game number 3.
Tian is over on bot side. Was fishing around just in case BLG wanted to overextend. We won't end up finding anything there, but man, I think that's why I'm so giddy about this game number 3. The fact that we're getting both these junglers in prime positions for what has been strong for them. The Wei will try to go for a mid lane gank, get a spot out that Kareem has a ward already there. Can't really find anything. But not only is Tian the MVP of the regular season, he's had a hell of a split. Wei's addition has been like a lightning rod for BLG.
Yeah. Again, just it's so strange when you think about jungle changes in particular, like jungle subs. Especially when it feels like Shun could do what Wei does, but it just never really was utilized like that. He was definitely having a bit of a poor run of form, but Wei's come in. And I mean, sometimes it's all you really need. Just to change of perspective maybe, but also just Wei in a strong battle performance overall.
Yeah.
Not like we're unfamiliar with him playing well.
He's really brought over the shot calling aspect that he kind of had to fill in when Xiaohu and Ming, well, Ming a little bit later left, but once you lose kind of the mom and dad aspect that RNG had functioned on for so long, he had to step into the shoes and utilizing a lot of that growth here in this change over to BLG. But Tian on the other side, I mean, he has literally been picking apart our junglers across the LPL, and he's going to have a decent lead here on the Zyra in terms of the clearing of the jungle and the presence he'll have around these neutrals. And speaking of, we have another grub set coming up.
Yep, and already a level up right now on Wei. Scuttle will go over to BLG, so minor advantage there. But Cream gonna eat a pretty meaty trade here. Half HP. See how much that impacts this potential grub contest. Remember, Top Esports got the last 3, so BLG would love to at the very least get 2 out of the 3 here. If they can so help it. But the setup just doesn't quite look there for them, Mazel. You look at the top side, Misfortune, Elk. Still got a wave to deal with. Jackie Love's already here. One grub's definitely going over to Top Esports immediately. It's just about what happens with the next 2.
Yeah, I think they'll just take the mites and run, which honestly isn't too shabby for Top Esports when you have a Tristana. Get a little bit of extra pushing power there. They would have really liked to get the Grubgaddon, but rightfully so, BLG coming to deny that some of the movement they had. I love some of the lane swaps, some of the actual map movements we've had earlier on into these games, and BLG trying to take advantage of that. Knight trying to take advantage of Cream at mid lane, although Cream will sidestep that rocket. It's pretty nicely done, but Knight still has the health advantage.
Very much so. Knight, though, wants to continue to push that envelope.
I know that we're going to see this matchup time and time again between these two, but I'm just so surprised with how dominant Corki had been in 2 games that we still see it not being taken away so far in this series.
Yeah, there's in some ways a bit of a head scratcher. Especially, you know, you think from the perspective of top esports, right? Wei, I mean, he has had, I want to say, 3 games off the top of my head. As gank is going to be a swing and a miss. But do you prio the Zyra that much more over Corki when we know TN is more than capable of playing other AP junglers as well, even through all the pinches as hello, Cream, great buffer.
He buffered that well. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
I mean, he was dead to rights there if he got hit by that. Really nicely timed.
Yeah, good read. Can't react to that. Has to be a prediction. Does that perfectly. Stops that play, and that's Bin's flash gone for now. But yeah, returning to the conversation, as I think that play is going to fizzle. Things like the brand still up and available. Even, dare I suggest in Italy.
No, dare you not.
Dare I not. But you get the idea. Oh, hello.
Green, he has flash. He has ways out there trying to predict everything. Yeah. He waited, but now he's dead. Oh, a side lane pick for BLG right before the dragon as well. They'll just try to take as many plates down here as they can, but they'll also be able to take this dragon early.
Yep, they certainly will. Next dragon should go over to them. Is there a cross map? That's the real question. There's Elk.
Oh, missed the Essence Flux there. Jackie Love still trying to get some damage back onto Elk, though, as they move out. There's going to be a bit of a split in the objective focus right now as well, because there's no Rift Herald for about 50 seconds. So the dragon, number 2, going the way of BLG on their way to stacking those up.
Yep. Bin will also get, I want to say, he got the first play as well by himself, so nice and easy. The True Shot Barrage will prevent Bin from resetting right in the face of the tower. And he's also probably going to stop to get that control, or maybe no. As Dragon should go down, just taking a little while. Here's, of course, Sejuani by herself.
Took a while, but he
Herald
got there.
in
He
20.
did it. It's like a marathon, all right? It's not a sprint.
Exactly. Now, though, Hextech Soul. Very, very important. Also, actually, the gates do make for an interesting play here. A lot of champions that want to get on flanks. Rel, Alistar, Renekton, Nah. See how that factors in later on into the game.
We're seeing the redeploy out from BLG on bot side. I wanted to see if BLG were going to look for a play. They didn't have any real big go buttons, but Top Esports, they got go buttons all day. They'll look for the roots, but they can't find it. Stranglethorn's going to come out instead. Big Megadar back, and Bin is making the difference. 1 kill goes back and forth. It's a trade right now. Ongoing down could make the difference in favor of Top Esports, but BLG, they've surrounded Top Esports themselves. As 369, he's the last one trying to fight it out. Cream makes it out alive, but Tien and Mako, maybe not so much.
Yeah, BLG come down for the collapse to stop the nonsense going on there. I want to say that was a 2 for 2 by the end of it, but certainly no tower falls, I can tell you that for free. As Jackie Love stayed mid, didn't look for the rotation, knows the Elk can just beat him to it. Stays mid, gets a chunk, does what he can there. And that was... Ooh. Top Esports looking for that dive, and Bin, good timing on the Meganar, just happened to have it up. Very risky dive onto those 2 members. They do try and make it work. As we take a look back here at the replay.
The
Top hold is good, but then the root doesn't quite connect. But even if it does, it's not a stun, so Bin still could have done this. The double knockup is good from Tien though, and the Buster Shot is the damage to finish that off as see Mako drops, and then his teleport comes in to finish off on. Wei comes down in for the collapse. Elk's also there to just provide a little bit of slow. Does have to use his flash to get away from 369 though, so potential target in the next couple of exchanges here for Top Esports.
We're seeing that Wei has a much more active focus in this game as well. He's just very much trying to get every fight, every tussle he possibly can. Now going to go on to Cream yet again. Cream deciding to jump in there, though. I will say a little bit questionable going straight into the maw of a Gnar. And I think that's where we can put a little bit of highlight on to Ben, who is going to have a lot of impact here. Well, now that we've gotten some of these leads established, BLG up a couple thousand gold, it really is between him and Elk that are going to have the big says in a lot of this.
Yep, lion's share in agency this game. Elk as well, very quickly approaching the Infinity Edge, 1,500 gold away in component gold. Not sure he's going to have that before the next dragon, though. See how much he can farm up, or whether or not a skirmish breaks out. Maybe he's able to pick up a free kill or two. For the time being, though, Herald does go over to top esports. They are down 2,000 gold. Let's see if they can recoup some of that with that Herald in the minutes to come, or if they're going to end up using it, for a trade once that dragon does come up.
Man, nothing makes my heart jump more than our Ezreal's jumping forward in the LPL in the middle of the fight. I mean, you are playing with fire, and Jackie Love, I mean, maybe he's just a firemancer here. Mako, maybe not so much. He's looking to get over the wall here with a flash if he needs to. Just going to buy a lot of time as Wei still fighting him. Sub half health here for Mako, but on goes for the engage onto the full attack. Yeah, and unsuspecting as he is down. Now Cream has to jump away, and Jackie Love, he's all by himself. He's going to have to get the Arcane Shift out of there, and Elk setting up the combo with On. It looks beautiful.
And remember, Mako could have just yielded. Could have just flashed over the wall. Was not willing to let the play go. Felt like they could win the exchange. In my opinion, that was top esports opting into that play. Likely through Mako. BLG very happily punished Tien. Tien dies in CC, doesn't even get to flash.
That's what's crazy, is it's these little impacts, the CC chain from BLG that looks so potent. And we were talking about where those leads are. Well, all the other setup tools are there to make sure those leads are strong and utilized. As now Elk can have big combos over top everything. And Ben will have side lane entrance. Now Mako getting caught yet again. This time, Tien's not here to get baited, and Mako's the one that'll bite the dust. Fourth time for Mako here.
Yeah, bit of a head scratcher. Mako not having a good game 3 at this moment in time. And BLG starting to really wrest control of this game in terms of finding these picks. Kinda spoon-fed, but now looking proactively on Jackie Love.
Can't end up finding it, though. Jackie Love did burn the flash. Does have Wei coming over. Oh, gonna get Tien's flash as well. A little bit of fight back from top esports, though BLG are the ones that continue to ask the questions. And there is a dragon up on the table here. It would be a soul point for BLG as well.
Yeah, they should get it as well. Tien dropping the Herald mid, so just trying to secure this tier 1 here. Should get the crash. Emphasis on should. In fact, Jackie Love is gonna drive it backwards.
Hey, at least he didn't die.
Yeah, I suppose. I wonder if that was a misclick. I have a sneaking suspicion it may have been. Cream will still get this tower up here in trade regardless. So at least a tower will drop. Maybe he just felt like it wasn't gonna crash. I'll give Jackie Love the benefit of doubt there.
Yeah.
As BLG pick up this dragon, put themselves on Hextech Soul Point, and maintain their 2.5 or 2,000 gold lead.
Oh no,
Initial
we're gonna
look
go
back
back
at this
here.
play. I mean, they know just by that sneak of vision. But again, Mako could have, like right here, just flash, you know, just give it up. But says no. We have first move, kind of. We can make a play work, but then Tien just caught by On. Good Q flash, bullet time over the top.
Yeah.
Not much you can do about it, and then they just have to yield. Mako kind of baiting his team in to a poor exchange there.
Yeah. Definitely does. And unfortunately, for top esports fans, things aren't going right. For BLG fans, you're looking back to that couple series back in spring, you're like, oh, this is feeling right as rain right now. As Cream, he cannot buffer it, and he just dies tonight. His better half on the other side, and 369, he's a little bit angry. He wants to try to get something back for top esports, but it reeks of desperation here, Jamada.
It does. Again, Cream caught out in an area he shouldn't be in. And this is another good punish by On. Again, another.
He has
It's
no
just
flash. He's gone.
across the map.
Oh, Top Esports, they're getting taken advantage of here time and time again. TN's going to fall to a double kill for Elk. And on to the Baron
just-
for BLG.
It's just a complete collapse here from Top Esports. Feels like in some way they've kind of lost their heads a bit. 369. He's here. He gets a medal for participation, but I'm not sure if they can realistically stop this ever.
Bold captain. It's bold, but hey, we like bold plays. They're going for On to try to get some kills back. They're just trying to take some of the capes off of BLG, who are struggling to finish this Baron now, though. Cream is a little bit overextended, though. Another double kill goes away at BLG, and so too does the Baron. They only lose the one, and now maybe the Cream going to try to fight his way out of there, and does have the Buster Shot and his flash still available for him to get to safety.
Does indeed. Oh, Cream. I don't think you win that 1v1 without Buster Shot. I don't think you win it with it. Steps away. Baron secured by BLG. Only lost one cape. Like you say. And another tower will fall. So BLG looking to extend this gold lead. And let's look at how this play starts. I mean, Jackie Love just too far forward. Does buffer the Glacial Prison. And it does force Elk to flash to get in range of the damage. But it just shouldn't be this high up. Without backup. Without that kind of side of the mid lane vision, with no summoner spells. Just a little bit overeager.
Yeah.
He's punished immediately by BLG.
I have to put some respect on Elk and On. We came into this 2v2 down here, and it's such a defining one. We got to see it in spring multiple times, but it feels like Elk and On are on the verge of becoming that new era. Maybe they already are that new era of bot lane for the LPL. And Jackie Love, Mako, they've had one of the best splits of their entire careers here. But so far, rebuffed every time by Elk and On in these last two games. First, it was the aggressive 2v2, and now it's simply a hands diff. As BLG are looking at side lane turrets, they are racking up a big gold lead here, and maybe even more on mid lane. As they won't get the engage they're looking for, they'll save the minion for a little bit longer with Knight's TP. They try to get this tier 2 tower, but there's no wave to help them.
Right now, won't be for another 15 seconds. As Bin down here also just winning out on the 1v1, so another point of pressure Top Esports have to be concerned about relatively soon, as this tier 2 should certainly fall. Another tower to the wayside.
Mako getting locked down a little bit. Tien goes for the Stranglethorn. Things are discordant.
Oh
My God! You could see it coming from a mile away. Billy assert dominance all over Top Esports. They're onto the wave on mid lane in him, but it's looking like the end, and it's looking like Top Esports are circling the drain. BLG, they took one game to wake up, but it has been a BLG diff ever since. Bin will survive, and they are pushing down the mid lane in him.
Only Jackie Love is left alive, and will likely be the only witness to the Nexus falling in game number 3.
Oh, 24 minutes in. I thought you'd get a long series here, but BLG, they're giving Top Esports a little bit of taste of their own medicine, and now they have reimagined that victory from spring and are one step from creating another nightmare for Top Esports.
Game 1, simply a blip on the radar for BLG. It has been domination. Game 1 and game 1 forgotten entirely. Game 2 and 3 complete schlackings, and Top Esports need to look for something different and something a little bit out there, because game 1 was just PLG's unforced errors. Since then, it's been nothing but BLG dominance.
Just thinking, well, I guess they just feel oppressed against BLG. What is going to break this open? Because Top Esports cannot continue falling to the same opponent just like this in heartbreaking fashion. We'll see if they can stave themselves off from that edge after this short little break.
Dreaming of all the fortune of the realm. Call on our singers to wipe out the traitors. The earth trembles as we gather ashore for the lands we swear to hold. For our kingdom
Welcome back, everyone, to LPL Summer Playoffs 2024. We're here in the upper bracket finals, and we are one step away from having our first Worlds ticket booked and our first finalist here as BLG. They ran rampant over Top Esports in this game number 3.
Absolutely they did. And I mean, realistically, BLG didn't actually have much to do other than play the game and punish Top Esports mistakes. It felt like a lot of this came down to individual positioning errors that simply BLG reacted to really well from start to finish, and this was just one of many. Mako stitching up his jungler in this particular instance here, and yeah, time and time again, whether it was Cream, whether it was Mako, whether it was even Jackie Love on occasion, I feel like everyone but 369, to be honest with you, found themselves being picked off at one point or another. So definitely have to look to clean that up in game number 4 if they're hoping to bring this to game 5. Because BLG looked on point and were very, very trigger happy throughout this game to just continually look for these picks and push the advantages that they could get off the back of.
And it wasn't for the lack of trying for Top Esports. And I think this was a composition that they felt pretty strong about, but once you started getting an advantage for Elk, once you started getting an advantage for Ben, it was very, very difficult to pilot around these fights. And I just got to give it up, all the praise to the bot lane of BLG. I mean, they are making a big difference in a lot of these games, but not only that, they're quieting Jackie Love and Mako specifically from having any real impact in a lot of these games.
Yeah, Mako has been silenced a lot, right? You know, outside of basically the laning phase of the Misfortune Seraphine lane, where, you know, you kind of go that lane to, you know, have agency. Yeah, Mako has not been able to have the kind of impact that typically throughout a lot of this split we've been able to see him have. So need to definitely see a bit of a turnaround from Mako, but also just on an individual level, Top Esports just need to put a little bit more respect on BLG and their ability to make plays around the map, because again, the errors of positioning have really been their biggest downfall. They've never been able to find, you know, they were never able to find a big team fight in this game. And even in the game that they did win, again, that felt a lot more like BLG handing them silver platter moments, as opposed to Top Esports being over the top proactive in finding a lot of these picks and plays, as On nets himself another MVP.
Deservedly so, and really big setup tools. Darrell has looked very good from him so far. Big elephant in the room, though, is the Corki sitting in mid lane at 100% win rate. I don't know if we can let this pick go through if you're Top Esports yet again, and if you want this series to go to Silver Scrapes. It's so difficult to watch. The impact just goes so heavily one way or the other, whichever side gets this pick.
Yeah, and what's awkward now is that they're on red side, most likely. Oh, BLG are on red side. Okay. Top Esports are on blue. Okay, let's see how this works then, because last game it was Kennen, Ziggs, Ashe, and they first picked the Zyra. So the Sejuani has now been banned away, because they've identified that as definitely an issue on Wei's part. Like, Wei has had 2 spectacular Sejuani games, fine. But then, is the first... You just have to go towards the Corki, right? I think it's one of the underlying issues that they've had to deal with. They've gone away from this Ashe and Ziggs that they've kept banned throughout a lot of this series, or has been banned throughout a lot of this series. So that's definitely going to overload the draft a little bit. BLG remain with their 3 jungle bans towards TN. Is it just going to be Zyra again? It is, man. All right, well, let's see. From BLG, is it just Misfortune and Corki? I have no reason to change it. To be honest, there's one of them. If it's not broke, you know, I mean, Ashe also up. So, like, again, it's just kind of a trade, right? Now Jackie Love will probably go towards that Misfortune. Yeah, you're likely just happy with that trade, so long as you get counter pick on the support role, which, being on red side, I don't know what to tell you, Mazel. It's not difficult to find that if you want to force it. So, let's see. Top Esports, Misfortune, Renekton? Question mark? Do you want to change that up at the very least? No? No. But then BLG can go towards Gnar. And even if you ban out more junglers, Wei's probably still going to have at least one option left. I don't know what to tell you. Okay, Zeri. Okay. So there is a bit of an adaptation here, right? There will be mid lane match into Corki here. And that's what Cream will be piloting. It does allow BLG to do something like this. Blind the Gnar. They could also just more happily go a jungle now, not allow it to be pinched, then get first pick on top if they want it. It really just depends on what angle BLG decide to go for. Yeah. If they do this now and go top, they can ban away 2 top laners, and I feel like they're probably okay with that. Again, both options, both very viable. Wei now off of a facilitator for the first time since game number 1, and will be on the brand into 3 relatively immobile-ish AD carries. Yeah. Feel pretty good about that.
It does indeed, and I think finally seeing him take hold of this pick that's been alluded to so many games in a row here. But I also got to take a second to talk about that Zeri. I like this a lot more, the consistent damage, maybe the not as much 50-50, I'm going to die or I'm going to find that big play here that Cream has been representing the last couple games on the Tristana here. So Top Esports definitely going for this team fight potential now, but as we go into the second phase, it's all about those supports to set up the team, who have been a supreme advantage going the way of On so far in the last couple games.
Yeah, and Top Esports, they're in a bit of a bind here because they want to ban away supports that are going to set up for them to have a good support matchup. But they also know that Bin is going to likely take top on 4. And a very safe blind at that. I like this Poppy call out as well, because obviously Mako took a lot of favor to it. not too long ago for a series, but it also is a fantastic flex for 369. Braum, what else? What else do you want gone? How far do you really trim the support pool? Is it another ban, or is it at the very least a cover ban towards top? Remove away the Nah, it is. So now Bin can a little bit more freely, in reality, go towards the Renekton, to be honest. And now 369 is going to have to probably pull out something like an Ornn, if I had to wager a guess. Something that's really going to just weather the storm, but then be a big engaged tool. Cassante, of course, still up, don't forget. That's the other option.
How could
Cassante
anybody
or Ornn,
ever forget?
And I think that's just going to be the composition. Alistar plus one of those two frontliners in the top side. And you just see what Ornn has to pick into this matchup.
All right, I can appreciate that. I guess, you know, go for a composition that has worked in the past for top esports. The biggest thing is there has been a little bit of lackadaisical execution on the side of top esports in the last couple games. So maybe realizing that we just got to lock in and make this work because the composition speaks for itself. Tien's lead in the jungle setup spoke for itself last game. They just weren't able to turn it around. Now BLG, they're going to go with a cold classic of Ons in the Rel. They'll have so much CC to chain all this damage behind.
Yeah, and honestly, Honor's having a fantastic series, even in the opening game where he was on the losing side. A lot of the times where he went in, still very strong looking. BLG though, comfort, it feels like, not only across the board, but also just in the sense of the comp is moderately easy to use, right? It's not a lot really to it. Fish for picks with Elk, look for pockets of vision for On to slip into, and then find those big setups. For top esports though, I would say a little bit easier in the sense of it's front to back, so very difficult to mess that up. A bit of a lack of true hard engage and the ability to pull the trigger without really forcing the issue and putting your body in the play though. And that's where I worry for top esports given their positional errors of last game. We'll see how they pilot as we move into game 4. And it could be the final game of the night as BLG are leading this series 2-1 already.
Top esports trying to stop history from happening. They went all 5 games in this very particular matchup in spring. Then they ended up going 4 games total for BLG in the finals, trying to make their fate different, trying to say that all this effort, all this work over this summer split, all this dominance means something. This huge ramp up into this 8-series win streak for top esports, it is on the line now. You are at the edge of this series, about to be knocked down into the lower bracket and have to make that redemption run. And BLG, they have their eyes on the prize. They have their eyes on that world ticket. They have their eyes on another finals. Oh, BLG getting baited a little bit. Double flash play there. Mako goes for the big pulverize as well. Jackie Love steps up, gets first blood for top esports. Things are getting chaotic. Things are getting crazy. Jackie Love is down now, though. Cream is still a big damage dealer here. On's about to go down too. Cream gets his own kill here as well. Bit goes forward for his own. Now it's going to be Knight claiming some huge ones here. No way you can get this advantage over to a Corki early. Flashes everywhere gone. The only person on the map with theirs up is Knight.
Goodness me. Cinema. To open up this game number 2. Game number 4. As Tien, it's a good bait. Honestly, fantastic bait. Mako goes forward with the Q flash. Knocks up Wei. He's dead to right, but it sets up Jackie Love to then be the next to fall. And then at this point, it's just every man for himself. Mako staying as close as he can, waiting for the next Q cooldown to come off. Cream gets the kill onto On, but then Bin flashes forward. But then, as the rundown starts to become a reality, everyone recognizes they have to flash. With Elk having those slow water attacks, it's too difficult to try and make your way out without using it.
Yeah, once that approach velocity starts coming in clutch, it's impossible to run away. But now back to it. Things have calmed. We have 4 kills in 2 minutes. But we have to look at what that affects the laning phase, because we're going to be getting these level 2s, the early contest for the spot lane 2v2. Mako and Jackie Love, they need some redeeming plays of their own after the past couple games have not gotten their way.
Not been the best. We'll see whether or not as well TN can help alleviate the issue, though. There was an attempt last game that was simply countered by Wei. You could argue TN took a little bit too much time around trying to help out his bottom lane in that regard. See if a similar kind of path of play ends up playing out this time around. BLG on the back foot in this 2v2 down here for the time being. As TN actually looking for an invade, but the issue is he's walked over a wall to do it.
So Wei will play towards that. It does mean the presence from Mako and Jackie Love is going to be felt up here as well. Hawkshot going to come across. They have Knight moving. He might try to make a play on the back end of this one. Just going to clear some of the wards here. Blue has been taken by Top Esports to start here, but Wei trying to get in range here for the smite. Will not be there. I was wondering if On was looking for an angle. Not going to go for it in the end.
Not willing to whisk it. Whisk it? Risk it.
I mean, I guess you could whisk it. I just wonder what we're making if we're whisking it.
Yeah.
Baking a cake?
Perhaps.
Are there roots in said cake?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, Tian's not baking then, I'm sorry. We do see though some of those early plays leading out to Top Esports playing around this bottom lane and trying to lean Tian over here as well. There is the move from Wei. It's a 3v3 of constant proportion down here as Mako actually finds the lockdown into On. On crashes down into his doom, but Mako's gonna die too. Kills are going everywhere right now in this early game as we have 6 kills in 4 minutes.
Okay, Jackie Love gets one more. And I want to say that was Wei who picked up that kill credit. So, supports. Basically just walking gold bags so far this game. As Jackie Love is going to be allowed some time by himself down here and look to crash this next wave. I'm sure On will give it his all to try and prevent that wave from crashing. But my oh my, an explosive early game to kick off our 4th game of the night.
Mako going to be spotted out on his roam on mid lane. Going to get some of the warding down though. Clear some of this vision. You have Dragon coming up in about 15 seconds. Jackie Love has had constant pressure on bot side, but it looks like both junglers going to be tussling over that top side of the map as well. See if the Scuttlecraft fight's actually going to come through there. 369. We're looking for an angle and a bit. Knight in some trouble. Does wiggle his little corgi butt out of there. As Mako just trying to come help crash this wave.
Lucky thing is, Knight is Knight's the guy who actually held his flash at level 1.
Out of everybody. But we're about to get them all back up, and majority of people already have them back up as well.
Exactly, so back to normality in many ways. Been a little bit of pressure here. Probably won't quite have all-in potential. 1, because it's Cassante, but 2, just because Pathmaker would also put Bin's life at risk, as now with 369 hitting level 6, Predator Dive is likely entirely gone. Bin will look to crash this wave in, maybe look for a reset and then teleport back.
Wondering if early Dragon Prow was going to mean anything here, as Mako actually utilizing the abilities on pretty well there to buffer any engage that On might be looking for. Tien is back on this bot side. Mako waiting for the engage. Flashes are back up. Everything's available on both sides. See if they just want to go for the full frontal engage onto On. They do it. A fighting. He's going to flash and crash down into safety. Really nicely done there. Top Esports, though, as they were trying to make the play on bot side, Wei goes for the proactive play of the Grubs on top side.
Given the temperament of this game, I'm very surprised Tien didn't flash forward with an E, if I'm being honest. But yeah, Grubs will be secured here. Wei will pick up all 3. And will also do Bin a bit of a favor and force 369 all the way back. Tin will cross-map some of this via, at the very least, 1 jungle camp, but it's no neutral objective, and it does mean if BLG have a window to push up on the Dragon, they will certainly attempt to do it. But look at this, trying to cut On and Elk off from this tower.
Oh, they're going to get the TP play, though, from Bin. That might make the difference here. On goes for the crash down. Jackie Love's on the wrong side of town here. Oh, no, Top Esports! It's all going down badly, man. Top Esports, they knew this destruction from Spring, and it seems like they forgot.
Harshly being reminded by BLG. And it's another bot side play. It's another bot side play. Where Top Esports, I don't want to say they take too long to pull the trigger. I don't think they're necessarily trying to pull the trigger in this particular instance. But BLG are just given enough time to punish. Plain and simple. That's the end result. Now BLG continue to pull ahead in a lot of these plays. Though the gold, as of right now, remains pretty even at the top of the score board. It's where those minor individual leads start to accrue, like Jackie Love being up 700, 800 gold. But for now, TN, again, alongside Mako, look for the play onto On. Jackie Love wasn't close enough to actually follow up the damage onto On, and then the teleport comes through from Bin to really seal the nail in the coffin. And take a look at the minimap during this replay. 369 just wasn't actually in the position to teleport down and cover this, so it really does make that numbers advantage go the distance, as the Dragon was picked up in that replay by Wei, as Jungle Camp's cross map to now play on the bot side.
He's still level 5, and it doesn't matter. He's not tanky enough. Maybe to get one back, but it's fully worth it as the jungle comes through. Elk dies. No, he barriers at the last second, and a double kill goes to Elk yet again. He's 3-0-4 on this Ash.
Top Esports, they're trying, but time and time again, whenever it feels like BLG pulled the trigger, their plays are just better and finding them more. Cream has flashed. This should be a dead Elk by all rights.
The Ultra Shock laser got the slowdown, instantly going for the kill play, and does end up getting a big shutdown from Elk.
Yeah, extra 200 gold in his back pocket. Gonna feel really nice to secure that one and, again, just alleviate some pressure that was beginning to mount here. Claw back some of that total gold lead. And also make up for a small deficit he was finding himself in against Knight. Pulls himself ahead as well off the back of finding a play in the extra wave down there too.
We're going to take a look at the Hawkshot vision here. See exactly the clear being stolen away by Tian on that top side.
Yeah, and I think that's what actually prompted BLG to have so much confidence in actually diving this bottom lane once they knew for sure that Tian was down there. Arrow comes through, locks down Mako. Jackie Love eats both the passive procs of Wei, and Wei just tanks the tower for Elk whilst he finishes off the kill, and the barrier soaks up that tower shot, which honestly I think it may have left Elk on 1 HP. I may be wishfully thinking here, but of course the barrier just makes sure that that walkout is secure.
Looking back at map state, 20 seconds out from a grub spawn. Would be 6 grubs for BLG. That might just be a death sentence for Top Esports. You see them redeploying, getting vision control out on this top side of the map. And it's 10 minutes in, but I'm feeling a 5-on-5 tussle Rooney here up in top side.
Yep, I agree. 369.
Unless 369 just dies, you know. That might make a little bit of a difference.
I mean, he didn't take much damage anyway, but surprised that Wei didn't go for the combo the other way around to secure the stun. Wei's being forced off these grubs here.
They just need one.
So they'll try and walk in after. Yeah, Tien has smite though, so they'll get at least another. Cream hit by the arrow.
Elk is dirty with that one. Is it going to end up killing Cream though in the end? It will be Top Esports that deny any sort of might spawn for BLG, although Jackie Love got blast cone to death here. He is gone. Elk is going to help take him down, but it's actually going to be On that gets the kill. They've overextended themselves now though, and they'll give some kills right back to Top Esports. Even though On's pretty tanky, you got to expect that's going to be another gold sack delivered straight to their pockets.
Absolutely, it will be. Knight was down here on this bottom side, feeling like everything was oakley-dokley. Will likely pick himself up this tower, though teleport. And we'll deny that. And feels good, I suppose, for BLG in the long run, despite losing those grubs. We'll see how things continue to play out as those grubs are now spread even, and a dragon is 1 minute away for them to potentially secure the second of the game.
Yeah. We are seeing those first item spikes as well coming across for majority members as we're going to take a look back at that replay. Elk's arrows starting all this off. They weren't able to actually kill Cream in the end, and Top Esports took the Rift Herald, or the Grub rather.
It's been not quite having the Ruthless Predator, you can see highlighted in the bottom left, whilst that CC chain was going on, so they couldn't keep him stunned for even longer. Inches, but yeah, then hurt Jackie Love. A little bit unfortunate there. That does end up falling in this exchange, as well as on being the victim later on. But hey, if the plan was to kind of mentally damage Jackie Love with another death, they certainly did achieve that.
I see Knight actually trading really heavily on the Cream. There's a Dragon coming up here as well. Elk. He's going to dodge out of the bullet time from Jackie Love. Was just expecting him to go along that path to get back towards it. Oh, we got the engage here. Enchanted Crystal Arrows come across. Pyroclasm is doing work right now. And Top Esports, they're not even going to be around to contest for the Dragon. Elk's running down Jackie Love. You can't strut your stuff when you're being gunned down. And a double kill comes over for none other than Wei, who is stepping up massively against the MVP of the regular season.
Mazel, this game, the state of it, the feel, the 1K Gold League doesn't do it justice. It just feels like BLG have completely shut out Top Esports these last 3, 4, 5 minutes. Kill trades and gold don't really spell the state of it, as second Dragon goes over. And it will be Hextech Soul for our 4th game of the night. And let's see how this all kicks off. On looks onto TN. Finds the initial Q and the arrow, not able to be blocked by Mako, so the chain CC is just simply there. Absolutely melted, as then Elk slowed down by Ashes.
We ain't stopping. Wei's in a little bit of trouble now, though. BLG, they're getting caught a little bit, though. 369 just sacrificing his life to get the kill on the Wei, maybe take a little bit of that tempo back. Rift Herald was on the table here, so BLG won't necessarily be able to contest for that one if TES want to go for it.
Yeah, 1 for 1. Top Esports can have to dip out here. They will do just that. Start up the Herald. Cream doesn't have teleports, so he's going to have to make his way over, though as I say that. TP's coming down. Does Cream see it? They do,
not
because
full
thing.
health. He's missed the Foss bomb there and trying to get some more damage on a Cream, trying to get the armor shred there. Cream will fight right back, though. This is going to be heavy as Cream,
wow.
He falls to that golden left hand that rings so truly for BLG. And now Top Esports, they not only are losing bot side, they're losing around this Rift Herald pit. They're losing around everything as TN will gate to his disexistence. A 3-kill spree right there just for Wei, who again is monstering TN.
Top Esports have been broken, and they look very unorganized right now. And BLG are lapping up all of these kills very, very happily. 2,500, 3,000 gold even picked up in the total gold lead. And right now, BLG looking to book their ticket to Worlds.
Just one step away, one win away from that wonderful ticket to the biggest event of the year, but also to potentially the start of a new era in the LPL. Imagine a first title into back-to-back for BLG, truly ringing in a difference in this league that I feel like we haven't felt in a while.
Absolutely, as we take a look at this 1v1. Oh, shock laser. Goes wide. First arrow hits. And even though the Foss bomb initially missed, the second one doesn't. And then, yeah. Big one connects and just can't really play against that, as On, waiting for his time, is denied initially by Mako, but which doesn't really matter because Elk, multitasking here, finds the arrow onto Jackie Love whilst he's right-clicking down Mako, as TN had nowhere else to go. And donates himself over to wait for a triple, as now 369. Will take a while.
Oh.
I think they will get him in the end, though. One more seer to connect. That'll be slow down. Does he have it?
He's trying to run. He's got it. Maybe. Oh, no. Okay. Well, that's all she wrote. The 369 in the side lane, though. Top Esports not going to rest on their laurels. They're going to pop this Rift Herald in mid lane, try to get the crash here. Though BLG, they are surrounding them now. Will be on vision as they come over to mid lane. And Top Esports can't escort the Rift Herald there. We'll just get one charge and back away.
have to remember, despite the threat of the collapse, Pyroclasm being down does limit Wei's overall lethality. But of course, a Seer stun can change a lot in those kind of skirmishes. But Knight on this side lane at the minute, 502 on the Corki. Doesn't even have the Mirror Mana stacked up yet, man. Just deals that much damage. And Knight and Wei had a very, very strong series. That Diana Yasuo game feels like a millennia ago.
Yeah, don't even think about it, honestly. At this point, when you're having such strong performances here as well. I mean, there's a lot of praise due, obviously, for the bot lane enabling a lot of these fightings early, but BLG took that early advantage. The fight at top esports we're opting into, and now have carved that into a weapon to throw right back in their face. And Tien, maybe a little bit blinded by that fact, will end up getting the body block from Mako, but they really have no way of contesting anywhere on the map.
And whilst it has been both of them, I think especially On, right? 2 MVP performances back to back, but he has, I mean, I'd say step up, but I feel like we're coming to get used to On just playing this well. Time and time again, and especially on the rel, has just been such a problematic issue that top esports have found no reprieve against.
Yeah.
There's another Hextech Dragon. We'll go over to BLG, top esports. There's not a major cross map to find. They'll find that tier 1 in the top side, but it feels like a constellation, a silver lining. Yeah. More than anything. But the gold will go over to Cream.
Oh.
Maybe they can find the dive.
That's
double
a
TP
bold
now.
TP. That's doubles from BLG as they try to defend this one. Bin barely makes it in time. Now getting collapsed on. Lightning Crash coming through. Cream has the chase down damage here. On to Bin. And Bin's going to slice and dice his way up, but Mako goes right back in and makes sure the 369 can clean that one up. They have the wave here as well in top esports. They feel the momentum shifting in their favor. They're going to take it tier 2.
Look at the collapse though, Mazel. Look where On is, and Elk's going to find a strong arrow angle, surely.
Momentum can be a double-edged sword. Tien's trying to get over here as fast as he can. On is split from the rest of the team right now, though. Elk is getting run down by 369. Bullet time coming out, but goes completely wide for Jackie Love. He does gun another one down, but Knight is the constant in all of this on the Corki. And they do end up buying a pretty hefty trade for top esports there, but BLG will maintain their lead.
So, during that, I may have called Elk was going to find a good Ash Arrow. They were actually looking for TL on the way up, so that's why it doesn't help out the initial part. Top esports, though, fighting back in this exchange at the very least, finding themselves the 2 towers on the top side. And I actually think it was a willing choice to allow that second teleport to come through. Felt like they could actually kill that off. Yeah, you see Cream stops queuing and auto-attacking that tower, so they wanted Bin here. And they do get him. And then take a look at the minimap, because you'll actually notice the Ash Arrow flies towards Tien. And that's why you don't see one up on the top side here after Bin is taken down. And it allows for them to come through on this angle. On denied by Mako initially. But then look at 369. Finds the dash. Whole combo on, you know, finding disruption on the backline. But there's no follow-up from Knight or Wave because they have to focus on 369. But then this Pyroclasm is absolutely huge whilst in the Zhonya's. But then in his dying breath, finds the Seer. As poor Mako burns down. Not much you can do about it.
There's so many individualistic moments in these fights. So many moments that if one person plays their cards just right, it makes the biggest difference. But the biggest theme so far is Mako and On have the premier engage, and whoever can pull that trigger gets all the damage layered out on top of it. And we're going to see Mako take the first gasp right now onto On. Still pretty tanky here at top esports. They're moving around this mid lane to try to get this outer turret.
Top esports not down, but not entirely out just yet. We'll see if I'm eating my words, given how one-sided these skirmishes and fights as a whole have been in general for BLG. This is the first time top esports, for what feels like almost 2 whole games, have really brought it to BLG.
And this is a top esports who maybe doesn't have the brightest of records in taking that to BLG. As On gets completely caught out here now. He's going to have to burn his flash, but over top of it, the bullet time ends up claiming the kill. So Jackie Love gets him on the board now, though Knight is very strong. And Mako feels the heat there as he's getting taken down now. The slowdown is coming through from Elk, but it's all BLG in mid lane now as Cream has come in to reinforce.
Yeah, you see that the second that Unbreakable Will drops off. Immediately, the burst damage starts to become a major reality from Knight. And again, you know, I mean, a bit of a misplay from On. Can't feel like he said that many times tonight. Does allow Top Esports a bit of an in, but it's really not something major. As we'll take a look at it. Q into W, dashed away from by 369. Good answer. And the bullet time finishes him off. But then look at this burst from Knight. The second the Unbreakable Will drops off halfway through this combo, it's just, yeah. The immediate difference in how much damage he's able to actually take up.
All right. Well, we have a question to be answered by Top Esports. Do you just let this Hextech Soul go the way of BLG? I feel like that maybe just makes it so much harder to deal with some of these team fights. Right now, though, Top Esports don't feel like they have any control over this side of the map.
I just don't feel like it's a catch-22. If you go and fight and you lose, then not only are you down Soul, but then you probably even end up losing Baron if the fight is one-sided enough. But if you give over Soul and you can't find anything useful, then I think the fights are unplayable afterwards. So I think you just go for the former, look, see if you can flip the fight. So if you lose the Soul, I think it's just a long about way of losing the game.
That's Unbreakable Will pop by Mako. So Enchanted Crystal Arrow, a couple abilities. Bin has found a flank. Bin is finally spotted out. 369 needs to man mark him. Jackie Love is split here though. Mako in trouble. He no longer has anything to get away, but they do get one back. Now Bin forced to run away from 369. Top Esports, they're doing it. Bin stepping up onto Jackie Love and gets gunned down. And Top Esports is sustained damage coming alive. They're right to the dragon to deny the Soul.
You saw it for a second, they were like, guys, Baron, 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 but then they remembered BLG are on Soul, they can't leave that up. Top Esports will get it, and it's a combo on the back line. It was Knight caught up by the roots of Tien inside the bullet time from Jackie Love. And now it's all on Knight right now. See if he can actually prevent this Baron from going down. He's got a lot of damage, but no big one loaded up right now. On has ultimate and Hex Flash. Bin's up in 10 seconds. Is it enough? Is it enough?
It might just be they hear those silver sprays calling.
No.
Knight doing so much damage. Knight getting busted out with that headbutt. Oh, man by On! They might have gotten the Baron, but they're scattered to the wind now, though. Jackie Love bites right back on On. Bin is able to claim down Mako. Arrow! It hits right on the Tien, and that's another Baron cape down. They have surrounded Jackie Love in his final moment, and he's not surrounded by friends. It's Top Esports biting off a little more than they could chew.
Jackie will fall, and it's a shutdown. It almost feels comedic. But he was pretty far into his kill streak. BLG, they don't quite stop the Baron attempt, but goodness me, that they have a bloody go at it. Here's the initial exchange, though. Ash Arrow, all of this frontal damage onto Mako. He's soaking it up really well in his defense. But then look at the root from Tien, and then look at the bullet time from Jackie Love after Mako falls. Root onto 2. On's the front line, and he just can't survive the burst. And Knight almost gets one shot, and the rundown is just so easy at that point when they're kind of cornered off in this man-made choke. And then the Baron. Knight finds a big one onto 4. Look at this. So much AoE damage. Sheesh. And then On's engage. Q's Mako to stop him from actually stopping the engage, and finds 4 members as Bin teleports in and tries to mince the rest of them. On might die, but he finds
we
so
got
much
no
space.
time. We got a little
look at the
fighting going
picture.
on. Mako's in a little bit of trouble. Bullet time coming down. Way will block it off. There's the attacker. So Cream. He's in there like swimwear, but he's down just like his pants around his ankles. That's a massive moment for BLG to pounce on Top Esports' momentum.
Tien.
And now Tien, he will make it out alive with the smite to slow him down, but that's BLG that strike right back.
Immediate counter from BLG, stopping any possibility of a Baron siege here. 60 seconds shouldn't be used anywhere, and now BLG can look to siege on this tier 2. It's not really a siege if there's no defenses to be found, so it's just a free takedown.
Little slip-ups.
Wrist control back. It is little slip-ups.
This is the thing. When you look back to the track record, Top Esports hate this matchup. They have not found success against BLG all year in best ofs, and now they found themselves a little pocket of momentum and give it right back.
It's just cream on the back line. I mean, it's audacious, but I can still appreciate the aggression, especially the turbulent series that Cream has had. Still nice to see that he's willing to be aggressive in moments like that. And now, Top Esports, as the dust somewhat settles, find themselves 90 seconds away from having to find another way to deny BLG this soul, because remember, if they get that soul, it just feels like that push over the edge, right? That push over the cliff. No longer can you toe the precipice. It just feels as though Top Esports will begin to continue to lose fight after fight with that soul on deck.
And the fact that we've had a 20 to 26 kill game at 28 minutes, and that Knight is sitting at 11-0-4 on the Corki that has won every single game of this series is extremely terrifying for Top Esports. Not only will they have the go buttons here for BLG, but they are getting to the item spikes that just are so damn lethal against the squishier members of Top Esports.
Exactly right. Smear amount of rapid fire cannon, IE available. Wei is foregoing the Rylai's entirely to get to a death cap. I'm not sure he's going to have it before this dragon, unfortunately for him. And on the other side, I mean, there are a lot of items ready for Top Esports, but they've got to find an ideal fight again. Jackie Love has to find the bullet time. Somebody has to set him up for it. Otherwise, BLG will find an angle.
They're going to chunk out Mako. Oh, Mako burned his Unbreakable there. That's actually huge. Not having that one is massive. And now TP is going to come in from BLG. They're going to force the hand of TES, as now it's actually 369 to get decently chunked here as well. There's no real good entrance from Top Esports here. They might just have to force the hand. Bin's going to pop Dominus. Tian's going in the pit. Tian can't get it. He's denied in the base with the bullet time. It's going to make the difference.
It's
Top
huge.
Esports, they're out-handsing them. Look at Knight, though. Knight is trying to separate him. Knight is finding two. Knight is finding more. And it's BLG that take everything from Top Esports.
To the death! BLG are willing to fight, and somehow they squeak out with a huge bullet time as well, found by Jackie Love. It's ludicrous, but it just feels right. And BLG are gonna march their way on to finals and march their way on to a top two and a ticket booked to Worlds.
BLG, they have gone from the forever doubted to the forever favored. The LPL smiles down upon them as they light their path towards igniting a new era of this league. And with one series standing between them and back-to-back championships, BLG will take that prize.
Confidence in abundance. That's what BLG showed in these 3 games. Back to back to back. Here against Top Esports. And they will find themselves in finals next week. What a performance. Real toe-to-toe stuff. Take a bow, boys. You deserve it.
Imagine going from winning your first title as an organization to now potentially being in the run for a second, to being our first representative booked for Worlds, and to have such a dominant spree here this entire year over this would-be behemoth in Top Esports. They have not been able to answer the call. They have not been able to beat BLG, and now BLG will be awaiting their opponent in that finals matchup.
It just makes you wonder if it's gonna just end up being a rematch, because mind you, how the previous series went. Top Esports 3-0'd LNG. LNG have to get through Weibo. And of course, Weibo didn't really have much to show against BLG, so who knows what that losers bracket is gonna have in store. But my oh my, what an explosive way to end out that series.
Yeah.
Top Esports were this close to making it in and bringing us to a game 5. That last team fight was as close as you really could have asked for it to get.
And all the right pieces of BLG stepped up. We talked so much about the MVP-like performance from TN, the regular season accolades, transitioning into the playoffs, the dominant spree they have of just choking out teams. And I'm not going to lie, for the last couple of games of this series, they were non-existent in that factor. They weren't able to find the same consistent fight plans that they were against other teams. And maybe some of that recollection that BLG truly do have their number came to bear there. And it wasn't a lot of the bot lane performances that we had kind of grown accustomed to seeing from top esports' Jackie Love and Mako.
Yeah, I mean, BLG just, you know, Elkonon just had their number, even in the matchup where, you know, again, to call back to that Seraphine and the Misfortune matchup. Again, once that 2v2 kind of, I don't want to say lost its potency, but again, you start to see inside influences actually come to bear. All of a sudden, it didn't really matter anymore, right? Elkonon just really took control of not just the remainder of that lane, but then the game and the team fights as a 2v2 ahead of Jackie Love and Mako. So yeah, it doesn't really seem to matter, at least going from this series where Top Esports wanted to look. BLG, they just had an answer somewhere.
Yeah, they had answers everywhere, apparently. And when you look down that track record, like the fact that Wei was able to have such a consistent performance, barring that game number 1 where they kind of forgot who he was for a moment and gave him a Diana. They put him back onto what has worked for them. They maintained control. They were the ones that were fighting at every objective. We came into the series saying it was Top Esports, that is their bread and butter. And they just took Top Esports' playstyle and kind of used it against them.
It's a sign of a great team, to say the least.
I
think for BLG to come out and do that as well. After, again, because, you know, I think that game 1 really gave some false hopes potentially to Top Esports that this would be a series that was at the very least high level. But again, you know, I think especially it was like halfway through that game 3 where you remember when Mako got caught right by the Gromp and he just refused to flash.
Okay.
It felt like that was the straw that broke the camel's back, truly.
Yeah.
Because after that point, it felt like Top Esports were just not in it anymore.
Yeah.
And throughout a lot of this game, though there were attempts, BLG, again, just sharper on every single mark you could ask from them.
It's still also crazy to me that Corki made it through all the games and majority of them going to Knight's position, and it's 100% win rate. Like, there has to be an answer that is not these 80 mids for Cream to deal with this setup.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I think the lack of Corki prio from Top Esports was just a slight, I think, in the face of BLG.
But they are the ones that usually go with that pick.
And that's the stranger part, you know, that's the stranger part about it, right? Like, I think before this series, just to run the numbers by you, 15 games of Corki played this summer by Cream alone, 10 on the Tristana. That's the next most played. Just refusing to prioritize it, wanting TN on this Zyra. That took priority over the mid lane. It doesn't... I'm not sure if it's maybe the forced focus from BLG.
Yeah.
You know, of course, there was triple jungle bans throughout a lot of that series by BLG, right? But even in saying that, TN's shown a relatively strong depth of champion pool throughout this, you know, this summer. Over 10 unique champions played. He's capable of pulling out champions if he needs to. So, yeah, definitely an odd one from me. As Knight showed why the Corki needed to be prioritized here in this game 4 particularly.
And I think it also is a testament. I promise you, don't get mad at us, and don't get mad at me specifically, audience. I'm not going to talk about Ben. I'm not going to talk about Knight. I'm not going to talk about Elk. I think Wei and On were so pivotal in this series. You can literally feel the cohesion on the Rift when they're going for plays together. You can feel when Wei and when On have that confidence to make these calls, and the macro just looks so fluid in a lot of cases for this team. So big props to what they've been able to do to be the 2 tent poles that this team kind of functions around.
Yeah, absolutely on, man.
He's on one.
So good. He is on one. And I'm wondering if he's going to be able to continue to maintain this form. He's been doing so well. So well throughout this year. But this was... It almost feels like a magnum opus kind of series, you know? Like, can he even play better than
And
this?
it gets Mako. Like, he literally put
like,
Mako into the ground in a lot of these games.
I don't know what to say other than what a spectacular series out of him.
He had so
And
many
Mako's
kills,
got a lot
Yamada.
Yeah, I know. And look at this. This was
it.
Get more picture perfect for Top Esports than this, right? But again, Knight
man.
untouched, GA available from Bin, and just Knight perfect angle. Ends it all.
Ooh, the Hex Tech. Oh, no, I didn't even see that. Oh, it's so crazy because you think like literally 90% of that fight is going the way of Top Esports. And then you just start seeing the chip damage go in between. And it, oh my God, that is heartbreaking. And again, Top Esports have not been able to find the answer to BLG this year, even though they've come up against them so often.
And it just makes you wonder, again, you know, referring back to the bracket now as we start to wind, you know, down. We'll have that shortly as we close off the show. Weibo LNG, that's the next series, right? The lower bracket, loser bracket, right? Whoever wins that, cool, goes on to play against Top Esports, but Top Esports 3-0'd their opponent, right? In LNG. Forgetting the bracket for a second. And it just makes you wonder, because BLG were able to 3-0 Weibo as well, if we end up seeing a rematch, which feels reasonable given what happened in the, you know, in round 4, do we just get a repeat of this, right? What will Top Esports reasonably be able to bring if they do claw their way back into finals?
All I know is I want more games like this last game and the games that we had for BLG versus Weibo and some of them for LNG versus Top Esports. We are having chaotic, fast-paced, you know, full gun League of Legends right now for LPL, and I've been really, really appreciating it. But that also brings me into an introspective point for Top Esports, and you did get a lot of the tools that have worked for you in that big 8-series win streak, but it was the execution that was falling short, it felt like, in a lot of those cases. So trying to find out, is it the comps, is it the execution, is it the day, was it just BLG having their number and coming away with it productively?
And that's always the difficult thing to work out from an outside perspective, right? Like, you can always there are always things you can highlight from an outside perspective where it's like, okay, you know, for us, we feel like the Corki priority was off, as an example. And of course, some of the individual performances in terms of positioning around, you know, the tools that you were facing just seemed very disrespectful. But there's also things that are just untangibles to us. Things like comms, things like, you know, overall calls that we don't often get to hear pretty much ever, right? And those are discussions that happen internally that are going to have to continue to happen internally right now at Top Esports if they're going to be able to go back to the drawing board and return not only against, you know, whoever wins out of the lower bracket loser side, but if they are to beat that team to then return against BLG and actually look battle ready, because today, again, that BLG win, or that one BLG game where they did win, it felt like a handover, and then BLG just switched on.
Yeah, it's truly terrifying. This team just seems to just take a little bit to lock in on their target, and then absolutely ruthlessness comes afterwards. And this would be a second split in a row that they make the upper bracket run. This would be another run for them that just feels like it's that dawning of a new moment in the LPL, a dawning of a new dynasty in BLG. 14-0-5 for Knight. Speaking of carving his own dynasty and winning so many LPL trophies back to back to back to back, and now looking for yet another one.
Another drop in a nuke. Knight dropped an EMP on Top Esports here. 14 kills. Not bad at all. Whereas this 1v1 was where we really kind of noticed, yeah, Knight's online, and it just kind of got worse for Top Esports from that point onwards.
He's so untouched.
Yeah, so untouched. It's ridiculous throughout a lot of these fights, and that's just credit to his positioning and understanding where he needs to be whilst the rest of BLG fulfill their roles. Top Esports, again, these team fights just caught out time and time again. individual roles inside of those fights just couldn't be, you know, met to the same level that BLG were able to find, and punished time and time again by Knight on this Corki.
It's just, I feel like there's been a couple series in our playoffs. I mean, it's all really close together. It literally is a gauntlet. But there's just been a couple series where like the drafting makes a big difference. If you didn't know, by the way. But it's just lack of prio or things that need to be prioritized, especially with the strength of a lot of these AP junglers. It really does question what the drafts are set up to be after a lot of these big prio bans.
Yeah, I mean, look, draft is always a touchy subject to me because I feel like oftentimes it's a cheap way out of analysis, but also in this case, when the Corki is in the room with you screaming at your face,
are they here? Are they with me?
You know, like, so it's going to be something that's prominent and on our minds to talk about. I think that top esports in general, just to touch on draft for a moment, as I feel like we haven't generally anyway in this post-game breakdown, I don't think there were too many terrible decisions made outside of the lack of the Corki prio, but I think maybe drifting away from the Zyra prio, could it have maybe opened up different doors or avenues for you? Again, I do feel like the BLG triple ban of, I want to say it was Ivern, Lilia, and Maokai very consistently. I'd have to double check, but it was always triple bans, and I think that potential pressure really did kind of put into the minds of you know, of top esports that, hey,
yeah,
we need to go early jungle pick, otherwise things just get really, really testy for us.
Well, BLG have gone from being the little brother to JDG to now being the big brother of top esports, as now they will remain undefeated against this team and go to a 3-1 victory to book themselves that world's ticket, but more importantly, that finalist spot for the Silver Dragon Cup.
3-1 on the day, and like you say, world's ticket secured. At the end of the day, know that they will be seed 1 or seed 2, just pending the results of finals. And speaking of compares still remaining to make it to finals, a last chance saloon for LNG and Weibo 3-0'd respectively in their series by BLG and by top esports. Now waiting to see not only if they could topple each other, but whether or not they can find an answer into a top esports who here today were also bested quite heavy-handedly by BLG.
The circle is just so weird right now. I feel like we're going all over the place with it, but it's going to be a lot of fun to see how it all pans out. We only have a few more best of 5s left to crown our champion here in summer. It's been an absolute pleasure, Jamada, to cast this series with you, and to all our production staff behind us. Thank you for making us look so damn good and doing your job so well. Thank you all also for tuning in for this one, and we'll see you for that LNG and Weibo series. Don't you dare miss it.